Good evening and welcome to the March 26, 2026 Parks and Recreation Commission special hybrid video meeting. The time is now 5:01. I am Ashley Hay, Parks and Recreation Commission Chair. Tonight's Parks and Recreation Commission meeting is being brought to you in person at the Mercer Island Community and Event Center and by Zoom. The Zoom video of this meeting is being recorded and will be uploaded to the city's YouTube channel later this evening. Welcome to all and thank you for joining us. Commissioners, please turn on your microphones. Will the city staff please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Cohen?
Here.
Commissioner Markson? Oh, microphone. Commissioner Markson?
Now you can hear me. Here.
Thank you. Commissioner Struck?
Here.
Commissioner McCarthy?
Here.
Commissioner Bretman?
Here.
Vice Chair Westberg?
Here.
Chair Hay?
Here.
Thank you, Chair.
City staff, is there anyone who has signed up for appearances that wishes to address the commission?
Yes, Chair. We have 3 public appearances tonight.
Okay, thank you. Individuals wishing to speak live during the appearances portion of our meeting may do so by telephone, via Zoom, or in person at Mercer Island Community and Event Center, provided, however, they registered their desire to speak with the city admin staff by 4 p.m. today. Our city admin staff will call on you by name or telephone number when it is your turn to speak. This is the opportunity for anyone to speak to the Parks and Recreation Commission. All remarks will be addressed to the commission as a whole and not to the individual commission members or staff. If any person makes personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, or who becomes boisterous, threatening, or personally abusive while addressing the commission, I may request that the person leave the meeting. When it is your turn to address the commission, be sure to speak audibly and state your name for the record. Your comments will be limited to 3 minutes. Once your time has expired, I will thank you for your comments and move to the next speaker or the first item of business. City staff, please admit the first speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Elliot Foskey.
Welcome, Elliot. Yeah, that's great.
Elliot, if you just give me a second, I'm going to get the timer up so you can see it. There you go.
Do I need to be right in the mic? Are we good?
That's
Okay.
great.
I'm Elliot Foskey. I am here representing Soccer Fun Camp. Thank you so much for having me. I am a fan of the restructuring of the allocation. We are a for-profit organization, but we've been working on the island as Soccer Fun Camp since 2019. I personally have been full-time coaching on the island through MIFC for 10 years. Well, 11 if you count a year, many years prior. Altogether 11 years, I guess. I taught in the school system as a K through 12 substitute. I was a paraeducator at the high school. I am moving back to the island this week. I've lived on the island on and off during that time. I absolutely love this community, care about it very much. We try to serve families and kids to the best of our ability. Our coaching staff is largely on-island kids. A lot of our younger coaches are kids that I have coached. Very community-based program. So we would love a higher tier allocation, of course, for field priority and getting our classes serviced in our camps. So I don't have a lot of long-winded for my whole 3 minutes, but we would be very grateful if we could be considered for a higher tier for field allocation and use, as it really is our heart to give to this community, live in the community, give back, and be in it, in spite of our non-profit status. So I appreciate your time today and really a fan of what we could do by updating this policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Elliot. City staff, will you please call the next speaker?
Thank you, Chair. The next speaker is John Hamer. He is participating remotely, and I'm promoting him to panelist now.
John, are you there?
John, your microphone.
Yes. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Great, welcome.
Okay. Thank you very much. My name is John Hamer. I know most of you. I think you know me. I attended your last Parks and Rec Committee Commission meeting and stayed through the whole meeting, which was very interesting. I'm here tonight. I know that the Dragon Park renovation is not a big part of your agenda this evening. However, I wanted to congratulate the city staff and all those who were involved I just received, just a short time ago, the frequently asked questions, 13 pages from the city staff explaining the Dragon Park renovation project and how it is being so carefully and thoughtfully considered. And I really urge all of you and everyone else interested in Dragon Park to read it in its entirety. It's a superb job, and it answers a lot of the concerns. I know at the last meeting that you had, there were a number of very valid concerns raised about the plan, and the question of the balance between accessibility and inclusivity, and also preserving the natural character of this unique and wonderful treasured site, was discussed at great length. And this new report from the staff addresses that in a wonderful manner. I wanted to also just describe the reason that this is so important. As I think a lot of you know, I have a disabled grandson in a wheelchair. And just last Sunday, my wife, Mariana Parks, and I, and Ford's father, Casey Parks, took Ford to Dragon Park. It actually was a very beautiful Sunday afternoon. And we got him out of the van, the special van with his ramp, rolled him through the front gate, and the asphalt wide path in the very front, there's about 20 or 30 or more feet that works really well for a wheelchair, but it went downhill from there, literally and figuratively. His wheelchair is basically unable by himself to navigate virtually all of Dragon Park. We spent an hour or more there. He cannot roll through bark dust. We tried to roll him through some of the play equipment between the big timbers. He can't do that. He couldn't roll up the kind of steep hill to the Dragon. He can't roll into the Dragon, the big hole in the belly, because the bottom has about a foot high concrete lip. He can't do that. His little sister Esme, was playing all over and having a wonderful time. She would like to play with Ford in all of Dragon Park. And at this point, she cannot do that because he cannot access. We took him down the trail toward Island Park Elementary, which is rocky, full of rocks and roots, and it was inaccessible.
Mr.
So,
Hamer, 3 minutes.
okay, I just wanted to emphasize the importance of accessibility and inclusivity. We can have both at Dragon Park. Thank you very much for all your hard work.
Thank you. City staff, will you please call the next speaker?
Thank you, Chair. Our final speaker for the evening is Alan Anderson.
Welcome.
Hi, my name is Alan Anderson. I am the coach, manager, scoreboard flipper, chief bottle washer of the Mercer Island Rockers. We are a senior co-ed softball team that plays on the island. The league, the ages run from 50. Supposedly there are 3 or 4 90-year-olds in the league. Our team runs basically from the late 50s to there are 3 of us that are over 80. We played up on the lid. Season runs from May to August, and we play our home games on the lid, and then away games we play at the various other cities. It's a Puget Sound league. What I would like you to consider is on the allocation stuff, down under facility allocation criteria, age group, it says preferences may be given to programs serving youth participants. I would like you to add youth or senior participants, put us in that classification. And that's just really kind of a little nitpicky thing. Our major thing is we really like these new draft things. We have been the square peg trying to fit into the round hole on field allocation for I don't know how long. And I have basically given up and just put down something, send it in, and let the magnificent people at the Parks Department fill out how we actually fit in. Part of it's because they asked for our roster. We don't have a roster until the end of the season. We keep adding players all season long. They walk by or bike by the fields up there and say, hey, this looks like fun. How can we play? So we add them. And the same with the schedule. We might be adding a team from Linwood this year, the Linwood area. And that will throw our scheduling all out of whack. So we won't know until next week when we have the coaches managers meeting if we have another team from Linwood or not. And hopefully we'll have a finalized schedule. Outside of that, we just really appreciate the new rules or the new guidelines because they seem to be flexible. It's a lot of, you may consider this, you may not consider this, or you shall, consider this instead of you will do this. And we have kind of always felt like we're kind of the oddball out of all the teams that want field facilities for games because we play in the morning instead of the afternoon or evening, and we play during the week instead of the weekend. So it's been kind of hard to fit us actually in the thing. And it would make my life a lot simpler if I could fill out something simple and easy. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. City staff, are there any further appearances?
No, Chair, there are not.
Okay. The first item on the agenda is the staff liaison report and planning schedule update. Given our full agenda this evening and in the interest of time, we will post the report on the website and include a link in the meeting's follow-up email. Ryan, did you have anything that you want to alert us to?
Happy opening day, Chair.
That might not be the last time we hear that today, right? Okay, the next item on the agenda is to review and consider approving the minutes from the March 5th, 2026 regular hybrid meeting. Commissioners, may I have a motion to approve the minutes?
Motion to approve.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Great. There's a motion by Commissioner Bretman and a second by Commissioner Struck. Commissioners, does anyone have any questions or comments before we vote? Commissioners, please turn on your microphones. Will the city staff please conduct a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Westberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Bretman,
Aye.
Commissioner Markson,
Aye.
Commissioner Struck,
Aye.
Chair Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair.
Motion passes and the minutes are approved. The next item on the agenda is the Community Engagement Plan for e-bike regulations in parks. We welcome Management Analyst Amelia Chaden.
Good evening, Commissioners. Amelia Chaden, Management Analyst. Thank you for joining me here tonight, and I will be guiding us through tonight's presentation on the Community Engagement Plan for e-bike regulations in parks. I will start us off with some background and then walk through how we plan to engage as a community on developing regulations. I will finish us off with some next steps before turning it over to you to get your input and feedback on this plan. As you are at this point very well aware, Mercer Island has seen a dramatic rise in the popularity of e-bikes, e-scooters, and e-motos. City Council directed staff to prepare an ordinance regulating the use of these vehicles in May of 2025. Focusing solely on e-bikes, staff conducted a study session with the Parks and Recreation Commission and the Open Space Conservancy Trust in November of last year, and then then again returned to these bodies in January. At the January meeting, the discussion centered around the need to have more information on e-bikes and a broader understanding of community needs, behaviors, and interests in this topic. Staff heard this feedback and are coming back to you tonight to share the path forward for community engagement on this project. Staff will conduct an outreach campaign that includes a Let's Talk page, an online survey, in-person engagement opportunities, and promotion across various city channels. Like other city projects, staff will create a Let's Talk page to share information with the community about the development of e-bike regulations. This page will include general project information, helpful links, a timeline of the project, and more. The Let's Talk page will also host an online survey, which will focus on the community's use of parks, trails, and athletic facilities, as well as the operation of e-bikes. In 2022, the Washington Department of Natural Resources and the Department of Fish and Wildlife led a public engagement process to inform where and which types of e-bikes would be allowed on state-managed lands. As part of this process, the agencies conducted a 12-question survey that received over 7,000 responses statewide. The results of the survey were then used to make recommendations to the legislature later that year. A link to this survey was included in the agenda materials for tonight's meeting, and staff intend to use the statewide survey for e-bike usage as the outline for the citywide or the Mercer Island-wide survey, obviously tailoring the questions to the island community and to e-bikes in our parks and trails. Staff anticipate that the survey will go live towards the end of April and be open through the end of August. The city will also participate in or host in-person engagement opportunities. Commissioners and staff will attend around 5 events to hear directly from community members on the perceptions of e-bikes and their corresponding regulations. Staff have suggested attending the events on the screen as a way to cast a wide net and engage different parts of the Mercer Island community. For example, setting up a booth with coffee and sweet treats near the Park and Ride on Bike to Work Day in May would reach the people who commute using bikes and e-bikes, while National Night Out would target families that have kids and maybe bring more of a public safety focus to the conversation. When at these events, staff will prepare activities that would help commissioners start a conversation, like a chalkboard or a post-it note exercise asking, "What makes a positive trail or park experience for you?" Staff will also prepare materials that will direct community members to the Let's Talk page and survey that we will hand out at these events. The community engagement opportunities, as well as the survey, will be promoted through the city's social media channels, through the MI Weekly, and through other city-distributed newsletters. Staff will also place signage at key park locations, directing community members to the project page and the survey. Staff will present on this topic at the April Open Space Conservancy Trust meeting, also soliciting feedback from trustees. Once this meeting has happened, the Let's Talk page and the survey will go live, and staff anticipate that this will be towards the end of April. Social media posts and other project promotions will roll out shortly thereafter. Staff will, in the meantime, work with commissioners to determine their availability through the spring and summer, and then together, staff and commissioners will attend in-person engagement events. Finally, and last but definitely not least, staff will return this fall to present the findings from the outreach efforts and restart the conversation on e-bike regulations. I am throwing the questions that were included on the agenda bill on screen to help guide any thoughts you may have, but I'm otherwise turning it over to you for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Amelia. Does anybody have questions for Amelia? Yes, Commissioner Cohen?
I don't know if this is a question or not, but you probably saw an email that I sent with suggestions or questions asking about some specific groups, whether staff was thinking about, in addition to the other outreach efforts, but it seemed to me that some groups might have a particular interest in e-bikes and parks and trails, like Friends of Luther Burbank Park, Friends of Dragon Park, the Saddle Club, the senior programs in the city. I don't know if there's still a Volks March group that works, that uses the trails. I don't know if there are some other senior walking groups in the Open Space Conservancy Trust. Those were a couple of groups that occurred to me. And then I also asked whether there were some other places, locations that might be suitable for posting, like that are near trails that are used a lot, like South End QFC, South End Starbucks, if these places are willing to put things up. The community center, of course, the VFW. I was just trying to think of some places. So one comment about groups, one comment about locations, at least to at least mention that.
Thank you.
I had a question about using the state survey. I looked through that survey and the responses, and if I remember correctly, the survey included input on both e-bike and regular, primarily mountain bike use of DNR and Washington Fish and Wildlife lands. Do you anticipate that our survey will also be that broad and include regular bike use as well as e-bike use?
Yes, so I think our survey will be looking at both regular bike and e-bike use just to collect the pool of data. When looking at the e-bike regulations, we would be tailoring the policy to the e-bikes, but I think it is helpful to have both to understand the community as a whole.
Okay, in which case then the outreach should probably include middle schoolers, at least, maybe high schoolers too, that are riding regular bikes and using the parks as shortcut routes or whatever.
That's a great suggestion. I'm not sure where this is at within the police department, but I know that they are working on another year or another assembly similar to the one that they did last year. But I don't have an update for where that's at currently, which was in the middle school, to clarify.
Yeah.
And to add on to your comment of collecting regular bike and e-bike information, we also had a public comment that came in by email asking if e-scooters were also going to be looked at. So it might be nice to have that data as well.
Absolutely.
Yes, Commissioner Struck.
Thank you. Yeah, just looking at the survey questions from the state, I concur with Commissioner Westberg on his comment as well. But looking at some of these, I understand from the state's perspective, you've got a wide variety. You have to be very generic in the way you formulate these questions. The question I have, in your engagement, will you be able to determine kind of which parks are really kind of at issue, in the sense that if you look at the inventory of parks on Mercer Island, many of them are very small, and you probably say, they're not really conducive to riding on, if you will. But there's probably a handful that are, and to the extent that we could have a better understanding of which of those parks are and for what reasons, I think that would be helpful, as opposed to being just very generic.
Yeah, and I think that's a great suggestion. I think off the top of my head, we could include some kind of like open comment box with a question along the lines of, where are you seeing conflicts, or do you have any other additional perspectives towards the end of the survey that may help address that?
Right, because there may be some parks, I think we talked about this last time, that and maybe it is kids that that ride their bikes to school like to cut through a particular park because it's a shortcut. And those kinds of things would be valuable to know. Thank you.
Commissioner Bretman?
Yeah, I also thought being able to tease out which trails are important and which are not. So not only sort of which parks are important, but which trails in the large parks are the most important to really be thinking about. Because I think in our discussion, we had a conversation of, should we have some trails that are sort of walk only, so that people who are walking feel safe, and that they don't feel worried about an e-bike coming along, and they can choose to walk on those trails, and then some trails that are maybe for e-bikes. So it was just an idea that we talked about. So I feel like that would be helpful to tease out in the survey.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Markson?
I think maybe this is along the lines of what, can you put those 3 questions back up? Oh, I guess you can't see me. That's okay. Along the lines of what Commissioner Struck was saying, I was was just going to suggest that in the survey that you, that you be very clear about what areas you're referring to. Like, here are all the trails that are considered parks and for which your questions would apply. Because it's like the way this state, like even this question here, I'm sure you're going to be very careful with the survey, but you know, we're not talking about e-bikes generally. We're talking about e-bikes in specific properties, and presumably it would apply to all the trails in that property. So being as clear as possible about narrowing down exactly what you're asking for feedback on. Hopefully that makes sense.
Commissioner Cohen?
I'll be more direct. Is there any reason that that the commission should not have the opportunity to review the survey? And maybe you want to have somebody else, I see you glancing over in that direction. Because we now, I mean, just now, there have been a handful of issues. The answer to the question that was raised in the matrix said there are going to be changes from the statewide thing. Why would we, I mean, why would we not do that with something as important and potentially as divisive as this issue seems like it's going to be?
I'm happy to take that question. So the goal tonight is to receive input from the Parks and Recreation Commission on the information that they want to receive. Staff would then take that and develop a product to disseminate out into the community. Going through and reviewing a survey, in staff's opinion, might not be the best use of our collective time. And it is a role of staff to develop that survey. So that's the goal tonight, is to get the information that you need to receive so that we can go out and deliver that to you.
Question on that. Would it be reasonable for us to review the survey questions before the survey goes live?
That was my question.
Right.
Yeah, staff was not anticipating
Like
bringing a survey back to the Parks and Recreation Commission to review before sending out, but is desiring to get input from the commission tonight to inform on what that survey would look like.
Yeah, even if it's not in a meeting by email, or is that possible?
That could potentially turn into a serial meeting if we're receiving individual input and developing it that way.
Got it. Okay, thanks. Yes. Okay.
Well, I'll be direct again. I think given the moving parts and the potential divisiveness of the issue, I think that I, at least as a commissioner, would like to see the survey before it goes out, before it goes live. We did that on the pros plan. We didn't do it on every time, and sometimes there were issues that came up. I don't know how important they were, but anyway, I'm only going to say it 2 times. I'm not going to say it again. And I respect what Ryan said. I just respectfully disagree with it.
Okay, other Councilmember Reynolds.
Yeah, just a couple of quick thoughts. One, on the council, I've been through the process of group editing of a survey, and it's not a pleasant experience for anybody. And I'm not sure you end up with a better product after it's done. So I will make that observation. Having said that, one way we've gotten around that is to set up a subcommittee of 2 or 3 people just to look at it. And that might be an option to consider. Pick a couple of representatives from the commission to look at it if they want to have a voice on it. And then the other thing I was going to suggest is, I heard some really great suggestions from the group now of content that should be on there. What I haven't heard is an acknowledgement that, yeah, we'll do that. Do you need a thumbs up on their suggestions? Should we just assume that all of it will be done unless you say no? Or
Excellent question. Well, I know people at home couldn't see us head nodding, but I would also look to Amelia that everything we've heard thus far, we're in complete agreement with, and it's right in line with, I think, with staff's thoughts. I do, in fact, support the idea of working either with the chair and vice chair to review a survey, to touch base to make sure that we're all on the same page, or a subcommittee if that was something that was desired. So 3 or less would be appropriate. And that could be addressed offline, sorry.
Okay, Commissioner Markson, I see your hand up, but I just want to wrap this one up. Is there interest of anyone to be on a subcommittee to review the survey?
It's not a substantive issue I know much about.
If there's interest, I think that's a great option. I'm willing to do it, but I would.
I'm willing to do it if
Okay.
Sarah, Commissioner Markson.
Okay. And
If I
maybe
might,
two, maybe a subcommittee of two. Commissioner Cohen, do you
Chair,
want
Vice
to?
Chair.
Or
Sarah.
Well, I won't be vice chair by the time the
Oh.
survey is prepared. So
if I might make a suggestion, the way we've kind of developed the subcommittees in the past was individuals emailed me, let me know if they were interested in doing so, and then I coordinated with the chair to assign those individuals to that subcommittee. So if that's a path you would like to go through, so we don't have to put anybody on the spot, that's appropriate.
we'll all check our schedules and
I
get back to
think
you.
though, we
Great.
do need a motion to do that. We need a motion to create a subcommittee to consider that. That's the way we've done it in the past.
Yes.
It formalizes the creation of the subcommittee that's working on behalf of the whole commission.
Is anyone interested in making that motion?
I so move that we create a subcommittee of 2 or 3 members of the Parks and Rec Commission to work with staff to develop the final questions for the bicycle use in parks survey.
I second that. Commissioner Markson.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Westberg and a second by Commissioner Markson. Would anyone like to see the motion on the screen before we vote? Sorry to put you on the spot. Or Rory, would you like to restate
Oh,
it?
don't ask me to repeat.
Okay. Staff, did you catch that? Okay. Well, a motion to create a subcommittee to review the survey. Okay, any questions or comments before we vote? City staff, will you please call a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Westberg,
Aye.
Commissioner Bretman,
Aye.
Commissioner Markson,
Aye.
Commissioner Struck,
Aye.
Chair Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, motion passes. And I see that Commissioner Markson has her hand up.
Sorry, just one other suggestion for the survey material is to include regulations that would apply outside of the parks or reference to them so that it's clear what the rest of the city roads will be. And I'm mainly thinking about, I know that some of the concerns in our neighborhood are kids riding around in the streets, not kids riding around the parks. I just don't want people to respond to accidentally to the wrong information. So if they know in the survey materials, like this is what applies outside of parks, I think that would be helpful.
We can do that.
Great. Commissioner Bretman?
I just had a few other comments in answer to those questions that you had up. About specific populations, I'm guessing you are already planning on doing this, but getting this out into the parent community through the schools, as well as through the cycling community, through some of our local clubs seems important to me, but I'm guessing you're already doing that. One thing I find really helpful in making decisions is hard data. So I found it very helpful when the police captain gave us some hard data. So if there is data, not just based on what people think, but also based on what the police are seeing as a matter of fact, that's really helpful to have in making a final decision. And if we're able to kind of add that, I felt like I read that somewhere, but I can't find it now. So I just want to make sure I documented that. And then let me see.
Can I ask a quick
Oh, yes.
clarifying question? Is
Yes.
that like calls received and responded to for e-bike ordinances?
I think so. I would leave it up to you all to figure out, but that sounds like a great example. Yes, that's what I'm
Okay.
thinking of. Yep. Mhm.
The problem with that example is it seems to address the e-motorcycle problem, not the e-bike and park problem, which tends to be more one of conflicts among users, where you have people walking on trails versus riding on trails. So we need to be sure we keep the focus of the survey on parks and the use of e-bikes in parks, because that's the issue we're trying to resolve.
Yeah, that's really helpful. So there may not be hard data, but if there is, it would be great to know that. And thank you for adding that. That was a great addition. My next thought is around, and I maybe you haven't gotten to this stage yet, is around kind of what happens after this. And so something I find helpful that has been helpful is to put the, once we start to create the regulations, to be able to get feedback on that as well. So just thinking down the line, I'd love to be able to have some process to get feedback on the actual content of whatever it is that we're working on, but that may be too far down the line. Yeah.
Amelia, would you mind talking a little, if maybe to Commissioner Bretman's, what our timeline kind of looks like, if that would be helpful?
Yeah, so we anticipate concluding the community engagement events survey, Let's Talk page. Call it August 30th, the end of August. By September 1, everything will be closed. And then after that, staff will be reviewing, analyzing the material, and we'll come back in either late September or early October to present our findings. At the meeting where we're presenting the findings, that is also when we'll restart the conversations that we had similar to last November's meeting, where we're reevaluating what we think the proposed policy would look like. We would then come back again, hopefully, with another proposed policy where we would be able to hash it out. And I anticipate that we would have a few touches with that policy before it would go from the Parks and Recreation Commission as well as the Open Space Conservancy Trust into a larger project where it'll be the e-bike regulations for parks for citywide that would go to City Council.
Okay, in that process, is there a chance to, other than the meetings, is there a chance to get feedback from the community where they don't need to necessarily show up at a meeting?
I'm not sure we've gotten that far, but we
Okay.
can definitely make
Totally.
that happen.
Yeah.
Have it be an iterative process. Yeah.
So if I could jump in right there, that's with our next touch point when we come back in late September, October with the group. That's when we start to have a conversation with the board of what is the next step? What do we need to gather? And that could be dependent, more community engagement, a refined conversation there, prioritizing the Let's Talk page and getting input through that. That's easier for maybe the general community member to provide rather than having to come and sit in the meeting. So,
thank you.
The last thing I'll add to that, and this has come up between Ryan and I a few times, is that we are planning to prepare a map for you all that will have a visual representation of this information, but we are giving ourselves a longer runway to get that done to make sure that we can have it be accurate and have it make sense.
And I just want to comment on the timing quickly. I think that sounds like really good timing to have this open through the summer, because that is a lot of the time that you will be hearing a lot of feedback. So I think that's fantastic. Thank you.
Great. Other questions or comments? Yes.
The survey would make clear, picking up on what Commissioner Markson said on how the Open Space Conservancy Trust regulations and requirements fit into this, because I assume that it will, so that there isn't any confusion later on about what applies to Pioneer Park, for example, versus whatever, pick your other park or open space. So that's something that I think we need to be clear about.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Amelia, does this give you enough direction based on the questions that you put up there to
At this point, I
Great,
believe
sorry.
so. I'm going to rewatch this meeting because everything kind of comes at you pretty quickly. And then I also think it'll be helpful to have a subcommittee that'll help review the questions and make sure that we covered everything.
Okay, any other questions or comments? Yes, Ryan.
I do have a question for the commission. We did put up there some specific events for attendance, and I don't want to wrongfully assume, but I'm really hoping that commission members would be willing to support that work and be present. So that would be something that as we get closer to the summer and those events, we would reach out to the commission and find out who's available to come work side by side with staff and engage the community. So I'm seeing heads nodding that there's support there. So I just didn't want to overstep by making that assumption.
Yes.
I just want to come back to something I think Dawn mentioned and some others did after about outreach to groups, which is, I think, a great idea. And the groups you listed were all great groups. But two that I think were notably not mentioned, unless I missed it, were the Mercer Island Mountain Bike Club and Neighbors in Motion. I hope you reach out to both those groups as well.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you, Amelia.
Thank you.
Okay, so Ryan, I have a question for you. The next item on the agenda is our Clark and Groveland Beach Park infrastructure plan. That will be a lengthy topic, and I'm wondering if it is possible and if there is interest to modify the agenda and do PRC 2609 athletic fields first. Is that a possibility for staff, and is there interest on the commission to do that?
It's absolutely appropriate on the staff side. If the commission would like to make that change, that's appropriate.
Okay, great. Would anybody like to make a motion to modify our agenda and review PRC 2609 now?
So moved.
Second.
Great. There has been a motion by Commissioner Struck and a second by Commissioner Westberg to move the agenda to review 2609 now, followed by PRC 2608. Oh, I'm sorry. We need to vote on that. Oh, yep. Sorry. Any questions or comments? Thank you. Will city staff please call the roll?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner McCarthy,
Aye.
Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Chair Hay,
Aye.
Commissioner Struck,
Aye.
Commissioner Markson,
Aye.
Commissioner Bretman,
Aye.
Vice Chair Westberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The motion passes. And thank you to staff for that quick pivot. Okay, the next item on the agenda is athletic facilities allocation and use policy update. For that, we welcome interim recreation manager Katie Herzog.
Thank you so much. Tonight, I'm going to introduce our recreation coordinator, Jeremy Jasmine. He will be presenting tonight's agenda item on athletic facilities allocation and use policy. Jeremy plays a key role in coordinating athletic field scheduling, working closely with the user groups, and helping ensure our facilities are used equitably across the community. He's been leading the review and refinement of this policy, which he'll walk through with you all tonight. And with that, I will turn it over to Jeremy.
Thank you, Katie. I'm going to share. Sorry, it's taking a second here to start from the beginning. Let me just stop for a second and try.
while we're waiting for Jeremy to bring that up, could I get a thumbs up, thumbs down from the commission on where we think the Mariners are going to come out this season? Okay, I got 2 thumbs from the chair, 2 from vice chair, 1 from Commissioner Brett. 2, there we go. Absolutely. Okay, all right. Crowd's coming together.
Thanks. Let's try this again.
There we go.
Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, everyone. All right. I'll go over the athletic facilities allocation and use policy. Tonight, we'll go over the background of the current policy, our current practices for staff, some key policy revisions, next steps, and discussions and questions. Background. Currently, the city manages athletic facility access with the athletic facilities allocation and use policy, which was endorsed by the Parks and Recreation Commission in May 2022. Since 2022, staff have hosted annual facility user meetings, provided opportunities for input toward future procedural and policy enhancements, while also educating users on current processes. Also, just want to say, we do communicate with our user groups throughout the year, phone, email, on multiple changes on rental agreements, or providing updates on field usage, openings and changes. With user group engagement, this past December, we did host our annual field user group meeting with the athletic field users and shared the goal of improving the policy on clarity and better aligning it with current booking practices. This past January, field users submitted their feedback that included clarify the current Tier 1 definitions, included in-season and out-of-season field use, and expand access for local businesses that directly serve the Mercer Island community. Back in October, we kind of shared our current practices. So we dedicate about 1,500 staff hours annually. We notify all user groups of the upcoming priority booking window deadlines. Our current priority windows are January 1st through the 14th. That includes for spring and summer usage. And we also do July 1st through the 14th for the fall and winter months. We collect about 30 to 40 different groups that are about 5,000 to 6,000 hours. We then organize those submissions by tier and sub-tier and issue tentative rental agreements for review. And then next, executed rental agreements are returned to staff to finalize bookings. After that, any remaining field availability then transitions to a first come, first served basis, both online and through staff. Just a quick glance, since the current policy has been enacted, we've seen a significant increase in hours used in all 3 tiers. So key policy revisions, just to highlight, we weren't able to do a red line version. We kind of edited to current policy format. But a lot of the key elements of the policy is in this one with a few minor revisions. So the revised draft of the athletic facility allocation and use policy is intended to balance competing demands for limited public resources while preserving staff flexibility to manage facilities responsibly and equitably during the priority booking periods. The revised resident organization definition expands opportunities for residents across a broader range of organization types. We have an emphasis on guiding principles in decision-making and prioritizes community access, inclusive and diverse use, maximization of field capacity and cost recovery, and also responsible stewardship. We simplified the tier structure, which increases Mercer Island resident access while reducing administrative complexity for both applicants and staff. Additional review criteria incorporates factors such as historical use, safety, age-appropriate assignments, seasonality of the sport, and nonprofit organizations that provide community-based recreational programming. We also wanted to highlight that the City of Mercer Island and the school district are exempt. We operate with a collaborative relationship and utilize separate agreements to inform on use, scheduling, and responsibility. The next steps, we seek endorsement of the draft policy, and then we'll conduct a final legal review, and the director will sign and formally adopt the policy. We'll update any procedural changes for permitting reservations, coordinate messaging and promotion of the policy to inform user groups, and implement the new policy beginning with the 2026 fall and winter season. If there's any discussion and questions, but we recommend motion to endorse the revised athletic facility allocation and use policy in this current submission, substantial form.
Thank you, Jeremy. Questions? Commissioner Westberg?
So Jeremy, just out of curiosity, the policy is really directed toward those organizations that utilize the priority booking periods. Is that correct? Because if everything outside of that is first come, first serve, the policy doesn't really apply. Is that a true statement?
Correct.
Okay. And then related to that, during the priority booking periods, if you have any idea, roughly what % of the total available hours are booked?
Oh,
Do you have any idea? I mean, I saw the chart that said we went from 7,000 hours to 11,000 hours. How high can that number go?
I'll venture a guess here, not much higher.
Okay.
Not much higher. We're really close to the cap, and I think this is a credit to Jeremy and the work he's done this last 2 years, and to our user groups and their flexibility and just how we've been able to stack. We talked about that a couple meetings ago. We're limited. The baseball field aspect is really limited right now because we don't have turf at half of the facilities at Island Crest. We also shut down our fields, our grass and dirt fields, late November, so that pushes everybody onto the turf, which then is still just booked out. So, that time period, the beautiful time period of December through the end of January, we can get you some field time, but beyond that, there's not a whole heck of a lot available.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bretman?
Mr. Anderson recommended that we add senior to the age groups. I wanted to find out what the staff think of that recommendation.
I was going to review with Ryan after, but I did make a note of it.
Yeah, actually, we're supportive of making that addition there. I don't want to say we overlooked our seniors in any case here. The significant majority of our user base is Mercer Island youth, but our seniors do play a very important role. So staff would be supportive of adding that in. And Katie, if you want to redline that in, that'd be great. Thanks.
And would you like a thumbs up or, on that from the commission on that?
My recommendation would be if there's things that you guys want to bring forward, we can enter them into the policy and then we can put that up and then go through it and thumbs up, thumbs down on each one. If that works for you, Sheriff.
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Struck.
Yes, in section 3, the facility allocation criteria, we have as the primary criteria being residency tier 1 and tier 2, and then there are several other attributes that are evaluated, community benefit, age group, time allocation, and there's about 8 or 10 of them. The question I have is, somebody reading this, should they view and say, well, the primary criteria of residency, the most important one is community benefit, and it kind of goes down from there, so that, for example, nonprofit status is kind of a very low level criteria. And I guess I would finish it up by saying, if that's not the case, I would then just alphabetize them.
Yep.
So to kind of not give the appearance that, this attribute is more important than one of the other ones.
That's an excellent suggestion. We weren't weighing any of these priorities over another.
Okay,
So
thank you.
Great. Questions, comments? Yes.
You mentioned the booking period, or here, I guess it's called the window in which booking takes place. And so I was just wondering, is that window something you want to include in the policy to give staff some extra, to be able to clarify when this will be considered and when it won't be considered, or do you recommend that's not necessary?
It's more of a procedure than a policy. It does change or can change depending on the usage requests. It has changed from 3 to 2. So we didn't feel like it was necessary to be in the policy.
yeah, it is something that we promote. Jeremy promotes this seasonally, so that date range does tend to change based on factors such as in school, out of school. When are we going to be able to communicate with our users? How much work did I give Jeremy the week before? Lots of different elements there.
I'd just like to add, we do add the dates on our website, so people can go see that.
Other questions, comments? Commissioner Cohen.
In item 11 on the matrix, I raised a question about adding a citation to the Fair Play and Community Sports Act, and I think Commissioner Westberg said he didn't know what it was either, and so I can't remember in somebody's response there was a citation. I don't know if that was from you or not, but if we're going to redline things and you're asking for an endorsement of the policy tonight, maybe we would want to redline at least in that statutory site. Or I don't know. I mean, it's kind of odd. You're asking for an endorsement by the commission when legal apparently hasn't, maybe they have weighed in on the draft.
Yeah, legal will have a final review of it. We're asking for the commission to focus on the policy elements, and if adding a citation in there is something that you'd like to see, we're supportive of doing that, and I assume that that's something that we would be putting in anyways.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Thank you. I just wanted to say that one of the reasons why I got so involved in Parks and Rec is because of the field use policy that when I first started to be interested, and this has come so far and is such a big improvement from where we were. So thank you for doing all of this great work to make it more fair for everybody on the fields.
Okay, any other questions, comments? So Ryan, I do have one question for you, and that is regarding one of the public comments we received about the tiers and how groups would move in tiers. Would that happen as part of this policy or elsewhere? And what would that look like?
Katie, would you mind bringing the policy up for a second? And I can speak to that real quick. So the current policy has a number of tiers and sub-tiers. This policy puts them into 2. So that would be resident organizations and non-resident organizations. So before we had, currently we have like the school district is sort of tier 1 with Mercer Island Parks and Recreation. And then you have your resident recreational users, and it breaks out from there based on the different tiers. And then you have the third tier, which is for-profit organizations. What I would say the key change in this policy that we really looked at from a staff standpoint is how do we meet the resident needs? Our nonprofit organizations do an excellent job on Mercer Island, but they can't do everything. And this policy allows for-profit opportunities to be provided at the same time as other resident opportunities. Where the policy really, I believe, shines is through that additional criteria that we can then weigh out what's the community benefit, what's the age group, what's the seasonality of the sport, all of those things, so that our resident users who may be using a for-profit organization to meet their recreational needs, they're not getting put behind off-island nonprofits or off-island users. If I kind of explain that right, we're really trying to lean into, let's focus on our residents, let's meet their needs. Then everybody else can come second.
Great. Thank you for explaining that. Okay, and circling back to Commissioner Bretman's suggestion to add seniors throughout the document wherever it says youth, so prioritizing both. Do you want thumbs up, thumbs down on that from the commission?
Yeah, the two changes that are here in yellow, we will alphabetically list these groups, which I did try and do really quick, and then add senior here. And then we will also include the citation for the Fair Play and Community Sports Act.
Okay, great. All right, is there a motion to endorse the policy?
I so move with the changes as noted.
Second.
Okay, there's been a motion by Commissioner Westberg and a second by Commissioner McCarthy. Are there any questions or comments before we vote? City staff, will you please do a roll call vote?
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner Cohen,
Aye.
Commissioner Struck,
Aye.
Commissioner Markson,
Aye.
Commissioner McCarthy,
Aye.
Commissioner Bretman,
Aye.
Chair Hay,
Aye.
Vice Chair Westberg.
Aye.
Thank you, Chair.
Okay, motion passes. The next item on the agenda is the Clark and Groveland Beach Parks Joint Infrastructure Plan update. Would we like to take a brief recess before that begins? I anticipate it might be lengthy. Okay, let's take 10 minutes. The commission will be in recess for 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back. The next item on the agenda is the Clark and Groveland Beach Parks Joint Infrastructure Plan update. For that, we welcome CIP Project Manager Sarah Bluvis.
Good evening, Commission. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and we'll get started. There we go. Okay. So for the record, Sarah Bluvis, I'm a capital project manager here at the city, and tonight I'm excited to be back to talk about the Clark and Groveland Beach Parks Joint Infrastructure Plan. That is a mouthful. Tonight we are very excited to present the preferred plans for each park for review. So let's get into it. So here's our plan for this discussion. We last came to the commission in October to discuss this project, so I'll give a little refresher on the project context and background information that has gone into developing the preferred plans. We're going to break up the review of each plan by park. So I'll start with Groveland this time, and then we'll go into Clark Beach. For each park, I'm going to talk about the community survey results that informed the preferred plan. This was from the community engagement process we did back in October and November. I'll primarily focus on the survey results themselves, but the packet did include an engagement summary, so it summarizes all of the activities and the high-level feedback that we received from the community during that engagement period. Then I'll talk about the preferred plan. I'll go through it at a high level and then focus on a few key elements. For Groveland, I'm also going to talk tonight about some student engagement that we've done since we were here in October, both with Islander Middle School and Mercer Island High School students. And then we'll have some discussion questions for each park to get the commission's feedback, which we'll take away and use to refine the preferred plans. And then I'll close out with some next steps. So these questions, I'll bring them back up as we continue the conversation tonight, but these are kind of the primary areas of feedback that we're looking for from the commission tonight. So first, does the preferred plan for each park reflect the city council's priorities and the community's preferences? Are there any gaps or adjustments that are needed? Based on the youth and teen engagement conducted to date, I'm going to ask if the commission recommends adding the sand volleyball court back to the preferred plan for Groveland Beach Park. And again, we'll talk more about that when we get to the discussion of the youth and teen engagement. Does the preferred plan for each park support the goal of providing equitable access to amenities across all waterfronts? And then does the preferred plan for each park establish a clear vision for infrastructure improvements? So before we really get into it, I just wanted to highlight the opportunities that the community has now to provide final input on the preferred plans. There's really three key ways that we would like the community to engage in this step of the process. So first, the preferred plans are posted on Let's Talk Now. That's at www.mercerisland.gov/CGIP. You can review the preferred plans and leave a comment using the post a comment tool on Let's Talk. We're also using the Parks and Recreation Commission as the public forum that it is intended to be. So we invite the community to provide public comment to the commission through June 4th. That's either via written comments or during the June 4th regular meeting. And we have already received a few written comments from the community regarding this project. And then finally, you can also send your comments directly to me via email. My information's up there on the screen, but my email is sarah.bluvis@mercerisland.gov. And any comments I receive via email will be folded into the public comment received by the Parks and Recreation Commission directly and discussed again when we're back here on June 4th. And I will highlight these opportunities again at the end of the presentation, just so everyone is clear on how they can provide input going forward. All right, so just some background. Again, it's been a bit of time since we have been here to talk with you all about this project. So As a reminder, Clark and Groveland are two much-loved waterfront parks located on the south end of the island, and they were developed in the 1960s and 1970s, so over 50 to 60 years old in terms of their infrastructure. That means that both are featuring aging overwater structures, things like docks and concrete stairs, and piers, as well as upland infrastructure. So thinking of pathways, trails, play areas, and picnic areas. And we're really looking at how can we repair or replace these structures soon. So to that end, the City Council approved a joint planning effort back in 2022. This was prioritized or identified through the PROS plan and then prioritized through the city's capital improvement program, and really as a way to look at, what capital and projects at each park are really necessary, and then also to help us navigate the very strict permitting environment for shoreline projects, something we have all become very versed with as we've been working on the Luther Burbank Park waterfront project. To further the City Council's goals with these two parks, we started a planning effort in 2023. And that started with early site assessments. So again, we provided an overview of all of the background technical analysis that we've completed as part of this planning effort back in May of 2025. And that really informed the development of the concept alternatives that were shared with the community last fall for input. But here's just a reminder of the highlights that we found. So for the in-water structures at Groveland Beach, overall, the condition of the in-water structures is still fair, but of course, degradation is evident. And then at Clark Beach, the structures are really at the end of their useful life. So this includes the concrete stairs, the timber piles for the existing pier, and then piers, and then the sheet pile wall that is part of the enclosed swim area. In terms of geotechnical and critical areas review, we identified that there's no wetlands or non-piped water courses at either site, and both parks are mapped as hazardous areas. So what this means really is that future geotechnical study will be required once we get into the design phases for each park. And then again, too, at both parks, some primary concerns include soil sediment in the upland areas and beach settlement, waterfront erosion. As part of the early site assessment, we also did an audit of restroom accessibility for both parks. And that audit really found that while the restroom facilities are functional, they are non-compliant with several ADA guidelines. That includes lack of accessible route to the restrooms, lack of clearance and turnaround space within the restroom facilities, so thinking water closets around sinks, lack of kind of correctly placed signage for individuals in wheelchairs and that sort of thing. So accessibility at the restrooms is something that we've been considering as part of this planning process. So we presented all of that information to the City Council about a year ago in March 2025. And through that process, we recommended to the Council that we undertake a joint infrastructure plan for Clark and Groveland Beach Parks. And we recommended that this prioritize the repair and replacement of the overwater structures, which is a big piece of waterfront development, shoreline erosion control and stabilization, and then accessibility improvements. You'll note in the preferred plans that we're talking about tonight that we are also considering other amenities such as the restrooms, as well as wayfinding and signage, parking improvements, and other recreational opportunities in the upland area. And these would be addressed in the future as resources allow, but we wanted to make sure that they made it into the infrastructure plan. And again, just as a reminder, park infrastructure plan is a term we haven't used a ton around here. So we created this comparison table comparing a park master plan and a park infrastructure plan. So with this plan for Clark and Groveland, we're really looking at the near term, the next 10 to 12, 15 years, really thinking about what do the parks need now. This plan will identify and prioritize specific park renovations and repairs for immediate or near-term implementation, and really thinking more about practical, focused uses, especially thinking about, how do we maintain our infrastructure, not necessarily focused on what is the big vision for each of these parks. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and get into Groveland. Chair, I will have some opportunities for pausing at various spots. So, I welcome questions, but there will be pauses along the way for questions as well. So just flag me if anyone has anything burning before we get to a pause.
Great, thank you.
Okay, so again, jumping into the results of the community survey for each park, starting with Groveland. So the survey asked a few questions about different amenities along the waterfront at Groveland Park. One of these was the sand volleyball court. So in the survey that was conducted last fall, we heard from community members that about 32% had no preference on whether we remove or maintain the volleyball court. Removing it was slightly more popular than improving it at 27% versus 25%. Again, we're going to talk more towards the end of the Groveland conversation about the teen and youth engagement, specifically about opportunities for the waterfront area, including the volleyball court. But this is what we heard in the survey that was conducted last fall. For the restroom facility, an outdoor rinse-off station was the highest priority. That received 127 responses in the survey. And the questions for the restroom facility amenities were a select all. So we also learned through that opportunities like changing rooms and small lockers were less important to the community. And then for the beach and gathering area along the waterfront, overall, the community preferred large grass terraces and picnic pockets. So these were elements that were shown in the Concept 1, Concept 2, which we have screenshots of up on the screen right now. So the grass terrace would really be showing those terraced areas in Concept 1 that kind of look like grass steps or big seating steps, seating terraces. And then the picnic pockets are also shown both in Concept 1 and Concept 2, but you can see them more in Concept 2 as kind of an individual picnic pocket. I will say, though, interest across all three concepts was fairly evenly split, but these were really the kind of elements that rose above, slightly above in the survey results. So moving on to dock configuration and survey results from Groveland. So I will note that the survey the question for this one swapped the description for Concept 2 and Concept 3. So the description for Concept 2 was attached to the image in Concept 3 and vice versa. So knowing that going into it, we did learn that about 80% of the respondents preferred a dock with an expanded swim platform. So, despite the descriptions being swapped in the survey, people overwhelmingly chose one of the options that showed an expanded platform, which is shown in Concept 2 or Concept 3. And then when just going off of the survey images themselves, 54% prioritized adding some sort of detached floating dock. That's what you see in Concept 2, which was the floating dock that shows an oversized hammock and a diving board. But overall, we heard from the community that they would really like an expanded platform for swimming and jumping into the water at Groveland. And then in terms of upland improvements, so we looked at a couple options. The first was the current area where the playground is located. So really that upland kind of middle area at the park. And it's shown in the screenshot from Concept 3 on the screen right now. Overall, 42% of the respondents preferred upgrading the existing play area and adding more upland seating. So a concept as shown in Concept 3, this was over relocating the sand volleyball court to the upland area or doing a kind of pollinator garden type opportunity in the upland area. And then we also asked about a potential new feature for the upland area. We proposed either a tree canopy boardwalk, which was presented in Concept 2, or a viewing deck, which was presented in Concept 1. And you can see on the screen right now the tree canopy boardwalk from Concept 2. Overall, the community was more interested in prioritizing other improvements at the park before adding either of these features. So that would be something like prioritizing upgrading the play area and adding new seating before adding a tree canopy boardwalk, prioritizing restroom upgrades before adding a tree canopy boardwalk. So we heard from about 63% of the community that they would prefer to prioritize other improvements first. But when they were interested in incorporating the boardwalk or the viewing deck, there was more preference for a tree canopy boardwalk. So, saying if money was left over or resources were available, we would like to incorporate the tree canopy boardwalk. And then finally, we asked a question of the community, what are your priorities for Groveland Beach Park? Knowing that resources are limited, and if we could only do so many improvements, what would you like to see improved first? So on the screen, you see the ranking. Overall, first, the highest ranked option was dock and pier enhancements, followed by restroom upgrades, then gathering spaces and seating amenities, and new play opportunities and accessible paths to the beach and beach amenities were tied as the lowest rank. So I'm going to stop there and see if there's any questions or comments about the community survey results for Groveland.
Yes, Commissioner Cohen.
This is probably in the materials. Is the tree canopy boardwalk concept, is that the only way that a person who is confined to a wheelchair could get down to the beach?
So currently the preferred plan, and we can talk more about this, but the preferred plan for Groveland does not provide a fully accessible route from the parking lot to the beach. With the tree canopy boardwalk, a person with mobility issues would be able to get from the parking lot to the viewing deck in the upland area, so the picnic area and the playground. But we are not, the preferred plan at this time is not proposing a fully accessible path all the way down to the water at Groveland. And that is primarily given the topography at Groveland. We have slopes there up to 80%. And so a fully accessible route from the parking lot down to the waterfront would be very challenging to design and construct.
Thank you.
Commissioner Bretman.
I have a question about the playground there. What condition do you all rate that in? Does it need to be replaced?
Yes, so the playground at Groveland is identified in the playground replacement schedule that was included with the 2022 Parks Levy. It is in fairly good condition. I think that it was installed in 2012, so it is an out year for the current replacement schedule. I think it is 2030 or 2032 before we would start designing it. So condition is still pretty good.
Commissioner Westberg.
This is just a question for clarifications. Since the plan does not allow for accessibility all the way to the beach area, and parenthetically, I've seen many able-bodied adults struggle to get up that hill from the beach. It's so steep, particularly loaded down with beach material. But does that mean that the facilities at the beach have to be accessible? I mean, if you don't have accessibility to the beach, do the restrooms, do we need paved paths? Do all those things have to be in place?
So ideally, we would provide as much accessibility as possible. So someone coming from the water could still access the restrooms, could access the paths. I believe that is a requirement by the ADA standards, the ADA code. We are required to provide as much access as possible.
Okay, but the only people coming from the water would have to be in, there's no boat docking area there or anything like that.
Someone could come in from, they could land on the beach and come from, in a kayak or something like that. So really, and also, even if we are not able to provide full access down to the water, a fully accessible route, some folks may still choose to take the routes that are available. And so it's, our responsibility to provide them accessible amenities if they are able to get down to the beach.
I was just curious. Thank you.
Okay, and I can't see anybody. I can see Commissioner McCarthy online, but I cannot see Commissioner Marks in. Does she have any questions? Okay, other questions? Commissioner Struck.
Yes, on the, looking at the schematic here, on the kind of the floating dock, is that a diving board?
It is showing as a diving board right now. Again, this is totally conceptual. So, I know there was a diving board at Groveland Beach in the past, but it's really meant to be seen as a new detached floating dock that could have additional kind of features that would be attractive for swimming while they're down there. Anything that's added onto it, so whether that's an oversized hammock, something like a diving board or nothing like that at all would be fully developed in the future design phase.
Okay, yeah, my thought was generally what I've noticed is that more and more organizations are taking the diving boards away for liability purposes. So I'm probably premature to talk about that now, but just curious. Thank you.
Commissioner Bettman?
I think in an earlier slide, you had showed the two different concepts, if I'm understanding that, regarding the grass or concrete steps there at the beachfront. And I'm interested, and it sounded like the community was split on whether to put the concrete steps in or not. Am I understanding that correctly? And so
what the community was interested in was the large grass terrace. So really, what that tells us is that the community at Groveland wants to maintain grassy areas where they can lay out, hang out, in addition to providing kind of the dedicated picnic areas as well. So a picnic area would really be something like with a concrete pad that a picnic table can be installed on.
Can you flip back to your earlier slides when you showed that? So I'm thinking of that top one versus the bottom one, which looks like the one that was chosen, concept 1 versus concept 2. And did I understand correctly that those were equal in the feedback that were received on those?
Right. So what people were really responding to was options that provided the grass area. So not necessarily just the concrete steps, but more of that grass terrace that's right here. And then also liking the idea of incorporating picnic areas, whether they're small picnic pockets or kind of a bigger bump out for picnic areas. And so really, what this tells us is that the community wants kind of a mix of picnic area, hangout area down at Groveland Beach. And so that's what we've tried to capture in the preferred plan.
Okay, what I'm stumbling over is the concrete steps there. I'm confused as to why the plan kind of went that direction versus concept 1.
So if there aren't any other questions about the community engagement, we can go ahead and jump into the preferred plan and I can talk a little more about that if that works, Chair.
Yeah, sounds good.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So here we go. We have the preferred plan here. So the area we were just talking about is this beach area right here. So really what this provides is a mix of both of those options. I know it's not showing as the grass terraces, but it's showing as the large grass area. So it's providing a mix of more grass area here at the beach, as well as a concrete pathway down to the beach. A lot of feedback went into this plan, not only just from the community, but also from the Parks and Recreation Commission that you all shared back in October, considerations of the site constraints, as well as staff input. So those large grass terraces are somewhat difficult to maintain. It would be challenging to get a big riding lawnmower down there. So we took that into consideration as well in this plan, like how will it be maintained by our parks team going forward? So what's represented right here in terms of the grass terrace versus concrete steps is meant to be kind of a compromise from what we heard for that type of area in the community engagement. Is that helpful, Commissioner Bretman? Okay, so pulling back a little bit, so looking at the full preferred plan as presented. So starting at the top at the parking lot area, we're showing some potential wayfinding and signage improvements to denote the parking area. We're maintaining the existing path. So this is the primary path that runs from the parking lot all the way down to the beach. Again, this is one of those very steep paths. This would likely be, improved in place. We are showing improving and expanding a secondary path to the beach. So this secondary trail exists currently. It's not really used at all. So this would be something that would be improved and create a secondary pathway to the upland play area. Once we get to the play area, we are showing an ADA accessible nature inspired play area at this point. So that would include play equipment for multi ages, as well as seating opportunities, preservation of some big trees that are in that area currently, as well as play equipment for 5 to 12 and 2 to 5. We're showing right now the potential canopy boardwalk. Again, you'll notice it's kind of grayed out in this plan, and that's as a future opportunity to explore further. Based on what we heard from the community, this is an amenity that could be beneficial at this park, especially because it would provide partial ADA access, at least to the upland area in the park. So we've incorporated it in the plan for now, but of course to study in the future. Looking down at the waterfront. So once you're at the waterfront, we're proposing an ADA accessible trail. This would be a pathway all the way from the restrooms to the beach and to the dock structure. Again, grassy area, mix of seat steps to provide, another entry point into the beach. This concrete seat steps and concrete area would replace the existing concrete bulkhead that's installed here at the park, and we'd move more into kind of a gradual mix of sandy and potentially fish habitat mix for the beach itself. We're showing, slightly different pier structure. It's in about the same configuration as the existing swim dock. We'd replace the groin structure that comes out on this side from the bulkhead, replace it with a new gangway, a new pier. It could be a fixed pier or a floating dock. We'd have another gangway that would then attach to that potential floating dock out here to provide another opportunity for jumping and swimming and another place to hang out. We're also showing improvements to the restroom area, opportunities for more forest restoration or vegetation restoration, improvements to the existing gravel beach that is installed at the park already, and then a designated teen hangout space that could be further designed in a future design effort. And again, we'll talk more about that once we get to the teen engagement. This is just an alternative shoreline enlargement, so you can see a little bit more here. Again, that bulkhead groin that is connecting the existing dock to the bulkhead would be removed. We're showing the transition from the fish mix to sand beach, so still prioritizing providing a sand beach here at Groveland Park, knowing that one of the primary uses is for swimming. Additionally, let's see. We would maintain, the existing retaining wall along the pathway. Again, some ADA connections here at the beach, providing access to amenities if people enter from the water or if people are able to get down from the parking lot and need a little accessibility assistance. And then improving kind of a secondary path to the beach. This would come down from the play area and probably be a mix of pathway and stairs given the topography. So looking at just a few details. So again, this is a detail of the primary beach, I guess we're calling it beach gathering area. You've got the ample lawn space, a lot of picnic areas, the seating steps, concrete seat steps, again, would replace kind of the concrete that's out there already with the bulkhead and provide another opportunity for terrace seating, although creating less of an issue, like I mentioned, with the maintenance for the grass terraces. Again, sand beach and naturalized shoreline. So what this would look like is potentially sandy beach in the nearer shore, and then we transition into a gravel mix for fish habitat. This is likely going to be required from a permitting perspective. And then again, we have that designated teen gathering space. So it's currently showing effectively in the same area as the sand volleyball court. We're maintaining the giant tree that's out there, but we can still talk a little bit more about that area.
Sarah, can I interrupt you and ask a question? So could you draw an approximate or point with the cursor approximately where the existing bulkhead would be on this design?
So the existing bulkhead is here, if you can see it.
Okay, because
my cursor.
Because there's a pretty significant drop from that bulkhead down to the level of the water in the winter, but then the water comes up closer to the top of the bulkhead in the summer. And so my question is, if you eliminate the bulkhead, how much beach are you actually going to have there during the summer when the lake level is high?
So we still need to study that. One of the priorities is to, and this will be likely a requirement in permitting, is to remove as much hard armoring from the shoreline as we can. So that does provide opportunity here to create a transitional beach, a zero entry beach, but we haven't fully studied what the impacts would be. That would come later when we're designing it out.
And as a follow-up question, it looked that whole beach area is sloped down from where the trail enters the beach area, and the steps would provide an opportunity to kind of make a terrace transition between the upper part and the grass and a lower, more level beach. But the key is, I guess, would be how many steps and how much of a gap you need to bridge between the grassy area and the sandy area. And the trail that you show there that goes, that subsidiary trail, is that going to be a step also? I don't quite understand why that needs to curve all the way around if the goal is to provide access just to the sandy beach.
So I believe that is based on the slopes here in order to, and I'm assuming you're talking about this ADA secondary path. Yeah, so that is based on the grades here in order to get the 5% or less slope without having to install landings, which is what we would need to meet in order to get someone directly down to the water's edge.
Challenging site.
It is a very challenging site. Okay, I'll keep going. Okay, so here's a closer look at the preferred dock configuration for Groveland. Again, we replaced the existing dock pier structure with a new structure. Previously, we discussed that we would, either we could install a new floating dock. We are installing a floating dock at as part of the Luther Burbank Park waterfront improvements project, but this could be a mix of floating dock or fixed pier. That would be, determined in a future design phase, which you're going to continue to hear me say a lot tonight. But we are showing, again, removing the existing groin, moving the dock structure over slightly, installing a new gangway, both from the bulkhead as well as out to that detached floating dock. So one of the reasons we're now showing the detached floating dock as technically attached is in part from a maintenance perspective again. So an attached dock is easier to maintain from our end, but this still provides the opportunity to, create sort of that special separated space, especially for youth and teens who we know use this dock facility a lot for jumping into the water and swimming. The secondary detached dock is showing, again, the diving board. So, that would be evaluated in the future, as well as an oversized hammock. And then
a quick question on the gangway connector. Can you explain a little bit more about what that's like? Is that like a metal
Yep.
connection?
Yeah.
Like you'd
So
see it. Yeah.
what each of these gangways would likely be, they would probably, well, again, we would determine this in the future, but what we're doing here at Luther Burbank is we have an aluminum gangway, so it would likely be something similar. Additionally, right now out at the dock, we have concrete decking, but we would likely have to switch to a graded decking, so similar again to what we're doing here at Luther Burbank, and that is another permitting requirement because we're closer into the near shore with this dock structure. We are required to meet certain minimums for light penetration for fish migration. So what you would see here is likely a fully graded decking instead of the concrete panels that are out there now.
Okay, and would that gangway move back and forth like you would typically see in a marina, kind of with the
I'm
waves?
not sure. I'm not sure if it would be a more fixed gangway or if it would be only attached to the bulkhead in some way. We can definitely get some more information about what that might look like before we come back on June 4th.
Okay, I'm thinking of it mostly from a safety perspective with feet right by that and not knowing how high above the water it is if people pop out of the water and it's right there. So yeah, just interested in learning more about that over time.
Great. Looks like Commissioner Markson has a question as well.
Yeah, can you give me a feel for the size of that teen hangout area? I have a hard time picturing how big things are. Thanks.
Yeah, so I don't have specific square footage, so I apologize for that. But what you can see, kind of if you follow my cursor, this is the outline of the existing sand volleyball court. So the space, I mean, what does that look like? More than a 10 by 10?
Oh, yeah.
Probably, yeah.
Much more.
I don't totally know what we haven't specified square footage yet, but I'm happy to look into that. I mean, the intention is that it would effectively take up the area that is currently occupied by the sand volleyball court.
Okay, thanks.
And did you mention that you will be telling us more about
Yes.
that area and the survey results?
Yes,
Okay,
I
great.
will.
Thank you.
Okay, keep moving. I think this is the last detail for Groveland. So again, we're showing a renovated play area. Groveland is one of the playgrounds within the playground replacement schedule that we do have opportunities to implement ADA accessibility. We noted earlier, it is identified in the playground replacement schedule from the 2022 Parks Levy. It isn't an out year, so the condition of the playground is still good. So this would likely happen, a ways in the future. But preliminarily, what we're showing in this plan is renovating the play area with, again, structures that support multiple age groups. So up here in kind of the upper play area, they're showing a 2 to 5 structure. A couple of different picnic tables, one of which is ADA accessible. And then there would be an ADA ramp. So you come around this area from the upper area to access the lower play area. Again, we would have some ADA picnic tables. The surfacing treatment that's being shown in this rendering is a mix of poured in place and artificial turf, both of which are accessible play area surfacings. Of course, again, nothing set in stone at this point. This is just a concept of what could be possible here at a play area for Groveland. And while it's not showing necessarily in this image, again, the play area would, if we were to install the tree canopy boardwalk, that would create an accessible route to this play area as well. So another, strong case for providing ADA accessibility at our playground here. I do have a second detail, sorry. So closing it out with the...
It looks like Commissioner Cohen has a question.
This is something that has been mentioned before. When you get to the point of those accessible picnic tables, like at Calkins Point, none of the places where somebody who's in a mobility vehicle can sit look out at the water. And we've talked about that once or twice. If you can see if you can do a better job with that and still give access to the table. I know that that's an issue too. But every time I go out there, it sort of strikes me that they're foreclosed from looking out, although the vegetation there prevents it now too. But some of it.
Great, thank you.
Commissioner Strong.
Yes. I'm trying to understand the benefits and advantage of the secondary trail. So if you could kind of walk me through that.
Yeah, so we can go back and look at that. So I think the benefit or advantage is just to provide a secondary access point to the water. The existing trail is the existing trail that's out there, so it would be maintained. It wouldn't necessarily be altered by any means. The secondary trail here follows along kind of an existing trail that was, I believe, decommissioned. So it originally ran kind of down this way to the waterfront. This proposes just providing a secondary access point, starting with that secondary trail that was previously installed. But I think really the benefit is providing another access point. We know our Parks and Recreation or our Parks Maintenance team would continue to use the driveway because they would need to get their vehicles down there. It's likely if someone's hauling a stand-up paddleboard or a kayak down to the water, or their cart full of picnicking supplies, they're obviously going to use the paved path as opposed to one that has stairs.
Okay, yeah, I'm just trying to understand who would really use that secondary trail. And I'm sure a few people would, but kind of given the steepness and so forth, I wonder how much it would actually be used. So
I use it coming up
okay,
because it's easier with stairs than it is to go up the main asphalt.
rail.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
But that's just one person.
Yeah, no, I understand. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Westbrook.
Well, I was out there today, and the upper part of the secondary trail is there on the landscape, and it works fine. The lower part looked like it was totally overgrown with blackberries and ivy and other stuff. I mean, you could see traces of the old steps, but at one point I decided it wasn't worth going through the blackberries to try to pursue it. But it would be an available access, but a steep one for sure.
And quick question about the current surface of those trails. Those are currently dirt, right?
Right. So aside from the paved trails that are out there already, so the primary trail and then what's paved down on the waterfront, it's packed dirt. And there are some timber curb steps.
So the paths that we're seeing as gray on the picture are actually dirt, is that?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're really not differentiating between or fully differentiating between surfacing materials. Obviously this light gray is likely concrete, but there's still opportunity in the future design phase to really determine what those materials would be. Again, probably maintaining the existing main pathway as asphalt because it is also used as a driveway effectively for our parks maintenance team.
Okay, and this is just a minor suggestion, but you might want to make it a dark brown instead of the gray because kind of looks like it's the same as the parking lot and the road. So just minor suggestion. Okay. Commissioner Markson?
Yeah, I think, I guess just noting that I had the exact same question about the secondary path and the usefulness of or necessity of that secondary path, given that there's a main path that gets you to the same point. But, and I didn't know if you had any survey questions around the need for additional paths or the way you get down and back down and up from the beach. So did you have any survey? Yeah.
No, we didn't ask about that specifically for Groveland. We asked about trail access for Clark, though.
Okay. Okay, the one other question On the, I guess it's the north side of the beach by the bathrooms, I see there's stairs going down between the restoration plantings. Is there already stairs there, or what's the idea thinking behind that?
Yes, so there's already a short stairwell that leads out to a gravel beach that was installed, I believe, in 2018 and 2019 as mitigation for repairs that we did on the dock at that time. So there is already a gravel zero entry beach in the north end. This is really proposing just improving that area. I believe there is opportunity for more plantings around that area as well. It would probably improve the connection between the stairwell and the restroom as shown on this plan too. Because right now there's not really like a great paved path or really any great path to the restroom in this area. It kind of just spurs off. So it would just really be improving existing connections.
So I'm sorry, I don't know if did you say the stairs do exist already, or they would be new?
They do exist already.
Okay. And then I noticed that you said you have potential restoration plantings in 3 spots along the beach, but is there any other restoration planting planned for in the park? I just heard Commissioner Westberg talking about all the blackberries, or is that not planned?
I know, our parks and our natural resources team does work in Groveland and like they do in other parks. I'm not currently aware of like any upcoming plans. But this plan would certainly, work in collaboration with the natural resources team to identify opportunities for additional restoration. Really we call out the restoration opportunities along the waterfront because those are opportunities for mitigation that we would need to put forth during the permitting process. So the various agencies, will require us to install certain plantings in as mitigation for repairing the overwater structures, for instance.
Okay. And did you think about, I guess I am wondering if those stairs are needed, and given that you're having restoration plantings in that area, maybe it's an area to leave just all restored, but, and the fact that the length, as I see it, from the restroom to the beach along the ADA accessible path is basically the length of a volleyball court, like given that last drawing you showed me, but just one thing to consider in the development aspect.
Commissioner
Thank
you.
I'm going to ask a question near and dear to Commissioner Cohen's heart, relative to how the beach will be protected from winter storms and erosion, since it's more or less southwest facing, which is where our storms track from. Mm-hmm. So are those little white lines the existing wave attenuators? Mm-hmm. And if I understood from the report that they may or may not be there depending on how the dock is designed, is that correct?
Yes. So like what we are installing here at Luther Burbank Park, there is opportunity to build a dock structure that also provides wave attenuation. So it is a possibility that the existing wave attenuators could be removed depending on the dock structures that are installed. We haven't fully studied the wave activity as part of this project. We've only, done high level analysis. So again, that's part of the reason I note it could be a floating dock, it could be a fixed pier, because one provides more wave attenuation than another. So at this point, what we're really looking for is confirmation that generally this pier configuration is aligned with the city council's priorities and the community's preferences. And then we would then use that to further design it out and determine if it should be a fixed structure and what that means for the existing wave attenuation at the site.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Struck?
Was there any, given the steepness of the main trail, was there any consideration or thought given to putting like a park bench along the way so people could quote unquote rest?
That is a good idea. We hadn't necessarily talked about it, in the canopy boardwalk, potential boardwalk would provide some opportunities. So these kind of landings, and each switchback could be an opportunity for viewing as well as potentially seating, also showing some seating in that upland area. But we haven't talked about along the existing path. So that could be a good opportunity depending on, what the grades are. I'm not sure if there would be a level location to place a bench, but it's definitely something to consider given, what you're saying. It is very steep. It would be nice to have a spot to rest.
Yeah, I've seen that at, in other parks. So, but you're right. It may or may not be feasible, but just something to think about.
Yeah, thank you.
Does Commissioner McCarthy have any questions? I'm not able to see. Okay, great. Commissioner Markson?
You've mentioned a couple times the city council priorities, and I was like trying to remind myself what is she referring to? And I was looking at the materials again, and I feel like I don't have them. And if they're in the handout, let me know. Thank you.
Go back. Let's see. So these three on this slide, the joint infrastructure plan will prioritize repair and replacement of overwater structures, shoreline erosion control and stabilization, and accessibility improvements. And then other amenities such as restrooms, wayfinding, signage, and parking may be addressed if resources allow. So, these three were really the primary focuses that the city council tasked us with when we met with them last March to discuss this planning effort.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And so the shoreline erosion control and stabilization is met by the type of sand and the slope of the sand. Am I capturing that right?
Yes, it would also have to do with like the discussion we were just having in terms of wave attenuation. So what types of dock structures do we install that could potentially mitigate wave action that erodes the beach? It's also related to, things like vegetation plantings along the shoreline that are helpful for not only fish habitat, but also for minimizing erosion.
Okay, but like on the dock, if I understood the discussion properly, we're not really sure exactly. We don't know enough about the specifics of the dock to know what sort of wave attenuation it might or might not have.
That would be identified in a future design phase when we actually get into designing the waterfront, the waterfront design for Groveland.
So would it be, for example, something that we would say, just as an example, that we think the dock should include a wave attenuation feature that allows for fishing? Like, would that be an appropriate thing for the commission to suggest? Or is that not, you're not asking for suggestions, I guess, but I think I'm troubled with this question because I don't know if it's meeting their priorities. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say.
I understand that. Yeah, I think that level of detail is not what we're looking for at this stage of planning. So the joint infrastructure plan, it's really a higher level planning document. So we're not getting into the design specifics at this point. Really overall, really just looking for confirmation that what is being put forth in the preferred plan aligns with what we've heard from the community and effectively what the council has charged us with. So I understand you're saying that you don't have enough information to determine if shoreline erosion control and stabilization is actually being met with this preferred plan. So I think that's something that we can go away after this meeting and pull some more information together to give you a clear understanding when we're back in June to help with that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Struck?
Thank you. Yeah, this is very helpful. I appreciate Commissioner Markson bringing this up. So most of our discussion tonight has been on basically other amenities, I guess, if I can kind of use that in general. A little bit on the overwater structures. So, so we come up with all, because I know we're going to talk about the volleyball situation shortly, I guess. But that's really kind of, is it fair to say those are secondary things that may or may not happen depending on resources? I'm just trying to understand.
So I think the intention with the plan is to capture the improvements that overall the improvements that are desired by the community, but also will lead to the long-term repair of the existing infrastructure. So that's why, the plan doesn't put forth like a big vision for transforming each park. We're not proposing putting a zip line in at Groveland, which I heard a lot over this process, but really looking at the existing infrastructure. So, there are existing facilities out there like the restroom and the picnic areas. So ideally, we would be able to address all of that. The value of having the plan is, similar to other projects that have come before you recently. This likely would be a phased approach for implementing. Right. So we know that repair and replacement of the overwater structures is a priority given their current condition. Identifying what that could look like in the infrastructure plan gives us a starting point for going out and designing those. But if resources allow, we are able to address other elements as well. So really, again, trying to present a holistic plan instead of just repairing the docks.
That's very helpful. Thank you.
Okay. Do you have more to show us?
Keep us moving. So we talked about the tree canopy a bit. I won't go too much into that. So keep us going. So we do have planning level cost estimates for construction for each park right now. So currently the cost estimate range for construction at Groveland is $8 to $10 million. That high range includes the canopy boardwalk. So consider that. Again, this is a planning level document. We could look at phased approaches for implementing the improvements over time as the resources allow. It's helpful for us to have cost estimates both at this stage and in early design stages, because that helps us with pursuing grant funding and other resources outside of city funding. And also, these are costly projects. Waterfront is very expensive to develop. It takes a lot of time to develop. The permitting process for both of these projects for the in-water structures will likely be multi-year processes. So, this would not happen. It wouldn't be implemented in a year. It would definitely happen over time, but this is the kind of high-level costs that we're looking at right now based on the improvements that have been put forward in the preferred plan. And thank you, Shelby. What they do exclude now.
Quick question,
yeah.
I think. Commissioner Struck?
Yeah, just so I wrote down earlier that the tree canopy boardwalk was kind of the lowest priority from the community survey, but yet we're still including it in the cost estimate. I'm just trying to rationalize that you're saying, well, we're just going to kind of throw everything in there at this point, add it all up, and then we'll see what the resources are. Is that kind of the approach? I'm just trying to understand.
The approach specifically with the tree canopy boardwalk is to incorporate it into the plan because there was enough community interest in pursuing it if resources allowed. And this gives us the flexibility in the future to actually implement it. If we left it, if we decided to take it out of the plan at this point, it would probably be more challenging to implement it in the future.
Okay, thank you.
And just Shelby reminded me this cost estimate includes the construction costs only. So that does not include things like project management, design, permitting fees. And this also is currently not showing an allowance for any stormwater or utilities. When we come back in June, we'll make sure that we have an updated cost estimate that reflects those infrastructure improvements more appropriately.
Commissioner Cohen?
One other thing occurred to me about the wave attenuators. In addition to their removal, if it happened, facilitating fishing, maybe it would also facilitate human-powered watercraft coming and temporarily docking there to then swim or sunbathe, whatever it is, which is one of the priorities, at least at Luther Burbank. It kind of gives another activity to that area and doesn't limit bringing your paddleboard up and pulling it up on the north side of there. Again, I don't know whether that really works, because right now the space between the wave attenuators and the dock is pretty minimal, and there's those cable connectors. So it's not that, I don't kayak or paddleboard, but it doesn't seem like it's that attractive for somebody to try to wedge themselves in there.
Yeah, I think currently really the only way someone would dock a hand-powered watercraft is by using that existing zero entry beach that's in the north area, because we also do delineate the swim area with a swimming rope during swim season. So that's a great point. Thanks, Commissioner Cohen. Okay. All right. So I've mentioned it multiple times now, onto the youth and teen engagement. So when we were here in October, the commission recommended that we conduct some additional outreach to youth on the island to learn more about their needs for Groveland. In particular, whether or not we should maintain the sand volleyball court, provide a new opportunity, or something else. So since October, leading up to, as of last week, we've been conducting outreach with island youth and teens. Our activities have included meeting with Islander middle school students. So you can see a photo of that engagement on your screen. We met with the principal's student advisory on December 11th. We also met with Mercer Island High School students on March 3rd and launched a teens-only survey about Groveland on the same day, as well as promoted the project and the survey on Breakfast on the Bridge with the student-run radio station. So during the IMS student engagement, we heard that Groveland is used for a variety of activities. Kids love to play on the playground, they love to swim, jump off the dock, and they do play at the sand volleyball court. In terms of beach materials, we heard that they like the sandy beach because it's great for building sandcastles, but it is kind of dirty, and gravel hurts kids' feet sometimes. At the waterfront, we also heard that the concrete wall is uncomfortable to climb or sit on, and so they'd either like it more comfortable or removed. The docks, the kids are very astute. The condition isn't great, and they also see older kids jumping off the railings into the water. And then for hangout opportunities, we showed some examples. A couple of them are on the screen right now, an oversized hammock, and then more of a nature play hangout area. And both of these ideas were ones that the IMS kids were interested in. So for the teens only survey, it was open from March 3rd to March 20th. We received 125 responses from high school students. And we asked about, their general usage of Groveland Park, as well as their thoughts about the sand volleyball court, and then also how we can get them engaged with future design efforts. So about 17% of the respondents said they use the park daily or weekly, and 38% use it occasionally. Helpful to note that about 5% of the other responses included comments about how often kids use the park more in the summer. So, up to I go to the park every day when it's the summertime. So definitely, confirms what I think we all already knew observationally about Groveland Beach Park, that it is a really great hangout, especially in the summer for Mercer Island youth and teens. When we asked them about the sand volleyball court, we framed the question in terms of renovating the sand volleyball court or replacing it with something else. 56% of respondents preferred that we renovate the volleyball court in its current location. We also asked, if we remove the volleyball court, and this is helpful for future planning at other parks, if we remove the court from Groveland, would kids like to see it installed at another park? And 53% said yes. In terms of, how kids want to be engaged in the future, we heard a lot about interest in teens-only parties at the park, opportunities to get more engaged in the classroom, opportunities to get engaged with their friends and family instead of just by themselves. So we got a lot of really great information to not only assist with this project, but also inform how we engage youth and teens in the future. So one of the final questions we asked in the teen survey was about ideas for hangout opportunities. So again, thinking about that designated teen space, leaving it open for future design efforts. We just shared a few different types of ideas, examples of spaces that could be implemented. And overall, the ranking for ideas, so images of what we showed are on your screen now. Overall, the top choice was group hammocks, and the bottom choice was stone seating. Also interest in swings and something like a hangout platform were the top choices. Okay, so want to go into the discussion now. I think it actually might be beneficial, since we just ran through the feedback from youth and teens, to start with question number 2. Because as you'll note, we did hear pretty strong support from teens for maintaining the sand volleyball court at Groveland Beach Park. Currently, we aren't showing the volleyball court, but we are showing a designated teen space. So, that could evolve into the volleyball court in the future, or it could evolve as something else. So really, one of the specific questions I have for you all tonight is whether or not, based on the youth and teen engagement that we've conducted to date, do you want us to add the sand volleyball court back into Groveland Beach Park? If we added it, it would replace the feature noted as designated teen space. If we didn't add specifically a sand volleyball court back in, we would still include the designated teen space. So opportunity to build something out, design out in the future with Island Teens. But I'm really interested to hear your thoughts on whether or not the volleyball court should come back specifically.
Commissioner Struck?
So to your question that or the response about if there was another space available for a volleyball court, off the top of your head, is there somewhere you'd say, well, we could probably put it here or there, or is it just a hard no? We don't have any other space available.
I think that there is opportunity for adding a volleyball court, probably not a sand volleyball court, but an outdoor volleyball court adjacent to the swim beach at Luther Burbank Park. It is in the capital plan in the future to do improvements at Luther. Some of the survey results noted Luther specifically as a location where they would want to see a volleyball court. But that's really the only park that comes to mind that I could see an amenity like that.
Commissioner Westberg?
Well, I know when we looked at this before, we had considered the option of moving the volleyball court up to where the playground is, which is a better level space for that type of activity, and maybe a little further away from the neighboring houses, so that the noise and other activity around that would not be as disturbing to neighbors. But my own opinion is, I don't think 56% is a resounding yes vote for maintaining the volleyball court in that location. I like the idea of the team space, because depending on how that's designed, it could be used by anybody. Whereas the volleyball court tends to be, it tends to monopolize a lot of valuable beach space on the only park where we have a west-facing public beach on the island. So I would be inclined to look for an alternate location.
Okay. Other thoughts?
Any other thoughts on the volleyball court? Yes.
I haven't seen the survey itself. I'm just curious.
Jody has her hand up. I don't know
Sorry.
if you can see that.
Oh.
Jody has her hand up.
Thanks. Go ahead, Craig. I'll go after you.
Okay, thank you. I apologize if this was in the survey and I missed it, but when you asked them about the volleyball court, did you float any other ideas saying if it was a volleyball court, would you like lawn darts more or a trampoline or what have you? I don't know.
So the questions weren't framed in that way in terms of activities, but we did say, we did present if the volleyball court itself were removed, what else would you like to see there? So it was an open-ended question. There were a lot of responses that were activity-based instead of like passive-based. So I know a lot of kids go down there to play like spike ball, and they set up their own equipment to do that. So one option could be, I know right now the teen space is kind of depicted as a platform. One option could be kind of a mixed use space that has an area for setting up informal activities like that. Someone could bring their own spike ball equipment. They could bring their own volleyball net and set it up rather than having like a dedicated volleyball court. So, but there were a lot of it was very activity based. We like to go play. We like to play volleyball. We like to play spike ball. We like to play catch, that kind of thing.
I'm going to expose my own age because it's not already obvious, but what the heck is spike ball?
Also my own age. I believe it is a game. It's a game where it's kind of like a little trampoline. I'm looking towards former recreation manager Ryan Daly to
Oh,
tell
I
me
know what
more.
we're going to be doing at our next Parks Commission meeting. I can tell you that.
Yeah, but it's a game that's set up. You basically have like a small trampoline and a ball, and it feels to me like a mix of Foursquare and something else and volleyball. Yeah, so, but ball-based game that multiple kids can play at one time. And now we've really all shown our age, so great.
Jody, will come right back to you,
No.
Commissioner Struck. Oh yeah, Jody first. Okay, Commissioner McCarthy.
Thank you. So I just wanted to double check that a volleyball court would be considered an appropriate use at Luther Burbank before we started going down that road of saying, yeah, sure, if we take out the volleyball court, it's easy to have it put in at Luther Burbank. Off the top of your head, does anybody know about that?
I guess, can you provide more clarification about what you mean by an appropriate use?
Well, there is the Luther Burbank plan, and there are people who are really invested in making sure that that vision doesn't change. So is that included in the Luther Burbank plan as a use that would be appropriate there?
I don't remember specifically what the plan says about the swim beach area, so we can definitely look into the plan and other materials and come back in June with more information about that.
Yeah, that would just be something to know ahead of time before you just decide, yes, let's completely take out the volleyball. And because we have a plan and where we can put it. I'm not married to the volleyball court. I just wanted to make sure that if we did take it out, that there could be another place for it, because a regular volleyball court would not be the same. Thanks.
Thank you.
So I see your hand up. So we'll go Commissioner Struck and then Bretman.
Yeah, thank you. Two thoughts. One, I think that kind of to Commissioner Westberg's comment about some public opinion about the neighbors and noise, and et cetera, et cetera. I think if you have even call it teen area, you're probably going to have those issues to some extent, maybe less. But I was intrigued by you saying that this area could have a lot of flexibility. In other words, not rather than just being totally dedicated to volleyball or playing in the sand, that you could do, you could possibly do some form of that, but you could also do a lot more. I think that's kind of a win-win.
Mm-hmm. Great.
Commissioner Bretman, and then Commissioner Markson.
Similar question around Luther Burbank. If it were to be transferred to Luther Burbank, like what would the time frame be on that? Right? If we took it away next year and then we don't get it put in Luther Burbank for another 7 years, that's quite a long gap. So I'm wondering what time frame there would be between those.
So we are currently in the process of updating the capital plan, the 6-year capital plan, and so including the out years. I believe currently the Luther Burbank Park Swim Beach is towards the end of the current 6-year CIP to begin design. So, 6 years out. Improvements at Groveland, based on the conditions of structures at Clark and structures at Groveland, improvements at Clark would be prioritized first. So Groveland, we're looking at, really that 10 to 12-year time horizon before improvements would be fully implemented, and we would not remove an existing amenity unless there was a safety concern with the existing amenity. So, but that's a great point, figuring out, confirming if we're taking away an amenity that we're able to provide it again rather quickly.
Commissioner Markson?
Yeah, thank you. I just wondered about how you decide, like if there's a cutoff percentage with which you decide to make a decision on for or against.
Are you
like
asking
based on the survey results?
commissioners?
I'm asking you or the people who are directing the design, the preferred plan.
Yep. So I would say that part of the reason we are asking the question of the commission tonight is because it was not a resounding, 80% yes for maintaining the volleyball court from teens and youth. So, really looking for recommendation from the commission on this one based on what you've heard.
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. Yeah. I asked. I mean, I wanted to know if you had if you used some sort of number, obviously cutoff number, but like I'm looking at some of the other survey results for other things, and for example, play area and seating said 42% preferred upgrading the play area and adding seating. And I think that's in our plan. Mm-hmm. And the tree, canopy, and boardwalk was 63% preferred prioritizing other stuff. And that's in our plan. So it's like, then when you have 56% of a group saying that they need it, and I go to Groveland a lot, it's the closest one to my house. I know that it's heavily used. It just feels like the wrong outcome to have that one item not in the plan. Based on both the survey results and I guess my personal experience at the park. And I totally recognize the letter from the individual who lives near a park, which is a normal response. We got that same response to the bikes. Like when we put the bike park at Dragon Park, we got the same response. When we had the bike park at the other, place, we had that input. So that is a normal response to have concern about noise and teenagers in general. But I do think that we need to just go with the data that we have. If we're going to collect data, then we should use it as we receive it. And obviously, I guess that's what I'm saying. You can say that I think the volleyball report or court should stay in the plan. Thank you.
I have a follow-up question based on Sarah's question. Does the 56% represent whether or not they want the volleyball court in relation to the other options that they're able to choose from? Or was it when asked if they want to keep the court or not, then 56% said they wanted to keep it. So were they considering,
Yeah,
that
so
makes sense,
the
right?
way the question was framed was that the city is considering removing the volleyball court and replacing it with a different type of teen-centric amenity. Would you prefer, based on that, would you prefer to maintain the volleyball court, remove the volleyball court, and to provide opportunity for a new opportunity, or no preference, basically? So it was given in relation to the other options. And then the follow-up question was, if we did remove the volleyball court from Groveland, would you want to see it in another park? And that was where we also got the information about, yes, I'd like to see it in a different park if it's removed. But really, it was all presented in relation to a volleyball court or some other type of teen space. And the 56% preferred a volleyball court over some other type of teen space.
Okay, but it wasn't, do you want, like, rank the things you want to see, like dock, waterfront improvements,
Correct.
playground?
Yeah,
volleyball?
it was
specifically about the court.
Yeah, it was
Okay,
about the teen space on the beach.
thank you. And Commissioner Cohen, did you have another question?
Yeah, I do.
And then
Uh, I'm going back to what Jody said. I guess I don't see where you would put a volleyball court at the swim beach at Luther Burbank, given where it is, given the wetlands right adjacent to that. This is putting aside the issue of the rowing, pilot program on rowing and everything. But where did you think, Sarah, that would fit?
Actually,
Did you
yeah.
look at the master plan?
We're looking at the master plan right now, and a volleyball court is called out in the Luther Burbank Park master plan. We're trying to identify where it's at right now.
Yeah, it's right on Concord Trail.
Yeah.
Where they come together behind the restrooms.
Yeah, it's
So right where the tent is going to be, like in that area for the.
Just on the other side of that path.
Okay, so it's not down close to the water.
no, it's up
I see.
the hillside.
Okay.
Yep.
Closer to where that main path cuts across.
Yeah. Thank you.
Commissioner Bettman?
Oh, can you go back to the slide that shows the percentage you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're seeing the ones that prefer to renovate the volleyball court. What are the percentages for the other answers there?
I don't know them off the top of my head, but I'm happy to share the full survey results with the commission after this meeting if that's desired.
I think that would be helpful, because if we had a large, if it was 54% saying no, take it away, that gives us different information than if it's, I can't remember what your middle response was. Kind of.
It was presented
ambivalent.
as, would you maintain it or would you prefer something else? Or do you not have a preference? Either way.
Okay.
But yeah, I will send you all the survey results from the teen survey.
Yeah. But I would lean towards, given that the majority do want to, and the way you asked the question, I think was really helpful, because you were giving sort of, I thought it was helpful the way you asked the question. So given that, and since a majority do prefer to keep it, I would lean towards keeping it.
Okay, so I think in the interest of time, I do want to keep us moving. So far, it sounds like I'm hearing a little bit of a mix in terms of the volleyball court specifically. So I think I will share all of the survey results with you all so you can review outside of the meeting, and we can come back in June and have additional discussion about it. Because I'm not hearing kind of a preference one way or another from the majority of the commission. Is that how you're hearing things, Chair?
Seems kind of split at this point.
Okay.
As split as it can be with an odd number.
Great.
So maybe we think about it and look more in June.
That sounds great. And again, too, in the final plan, the preferred plan that's included in the infrastructure plan, designated teen space will be called out. The survey information, the results of the teen engagement will be included in the final report. So we will have all of that documentation that a volleyball court was of interest to, a fair amount of kids who participated in this process. So there's nothing necessarily to say that in the future, when we actually get into designing the improvements, go through a full design phase, that a volleyball court couldn't still be on the table. I think the question really now is whether or not you wanted to specifically add it in, call it out as the teen amenity that would be added, or leave it a little flexible at this time. So just to note that for when we come back in June to discuss as well.
Commissioner Markson, do you have another comment on that, or is that an old hand?
It's a new hand. Yeah, I know you said you were going to, take this information and digest it and bring it back in June. But I do, if you're going to say, I can't remember the exact words you just used around there was slight favor or some interest in the volleyball court. I mean, I do feel that that we should speak as plainly as possible, because it seems disingenuous to go out for a survey and get a response and then kind of moderate or tamp down what that response, or ignore. I guess I'm, try to obfuscate what the actual response was. So just say that 56% preferred it be here or something to that effect. But, we're choosing to go another path if that's the way that this goes.
Commissioner Bratton?
Can I make a suggestion that we do a thumbs up, thumbs down? I feel like that might be really helpful for staff to get a sense of where we are.
Sure. Is that helpful?
Yeah, that would be great.
Okay. So thumbs up if you want the sand volleyball court to come back into the plan. Thumbs down if you prefer.
In its current location or in another location?
It would.
We did have the option of moving it up.
It would be, at this point, it would be in the current location.
Okay, so thumbs up if you would like to see it added back. Thumbs down if not.
I'm clear in my own.
Okay, I see 3 down. I can't see
Sarah and Jody
McCarthy.
have thumbs up. Okay, so
Jody is
right now.
Jody is up. Okay, so we're 3, and 1 abstention. So
Great.
so yeah, definitely a split of 7 people can be. So
Yep.
So TBD, more thinking.
Okay. Well, thank you for all the thought that has gone into the discussion so far. So I think pulling back more generally, the other questions are, of course, high levels. So the first question, we've gotten into this a little bit about city council priorities, but from your perspective, does the preferred plan for Groveland reflect the council priorities and the community's preferences? And are there any gaps or adjustments that we need to make between now and the June 4th meeting?
Thoughts? Commissioner Bretman?
I think something that would be helpful for me, because when I look at this plan, and maybe you all are going to do that for the next meeting, is to get a sense of prioritization. So to be frank, it's hard for me to tell if it meets the city's priorities, since the city's priorities have been listed. And I'm not, and I'm unclear on the prioritization of all these different things. So that would be a lack of clarity on my part. And then maybe I'll stop there.
And that is definitely something that we can bring back in June to help more with the discussion.
Any other thoughts? Councilmember Reynolds?
I just want to come back to something Commissioner Brepman said just now. This is the second heart-stopping budget amount we've seen in this group in the last couple of months. So the priorities comment is really helpful. And when it comes to the council, what I'm probably going to ask is, if you only had 25% of that money, what would you do? And maybe 25 is not the right number. Maybe we can't even afford 5%, but some guidance would be helpful on that. And maybe the Parks Commission can give some input on what they think with regards to that.
Commissioner Struck?
Yeah, I think it would be helpful for me at least for the next meeting. So, in that other slide, you kind of had the priorities, the water infrastructure, et cetera. So, and if you just had a sentence or two in saying, well, this is how the plan meets that priority. Because I'm not super clear. I think it does, but it would just be helpful that you could just tick it off. And then I think it'd also be helpful for the council. It'd be very easy for them to say, yeah, this is what it is. Thank you.
And if I may interject quickly, just one thing to help our design team keep moving. Would the commission be open to us returning in May to get direction on just the court after sharing the additional survey information? We're hoping to get better direction at that point in May, just so that we can keep things going.
I'm seeing a head nod. Yep.
Okay, great.
Okay.
I'm not sure what additional information we would have than what you've told us tonight. So it would just be the survey answers. That would be it.
That's correct. We would send you all the survey answers so you can review them, digest them, and then we can return in May to have that conversation and do another thumbs up, thumbs down exercise. It just helps with the design team to be able to integrate that into a plan to bring back to you in June instead of leaving it undecided. So we would be looking for some direction, but I think having those survey results would help.
I wonder if we need more. I wonder if we need more feedback before then, because I'm not sure if I'm concerned if you do bring it back, we're going to be in the same position where we're sort of, kind of half and half. So I wonder if more information might be needed to help us make that recommendation.
Sure. I'm sorry. We have hands up on the screen as well.
Okay, I see two hands up there. Was that a question for our staff? We have a question or a comment?
I think it's a question for either staff or the commission. Is there more information we feel that like we need in order to make a good recommendation?
From my perspective, I would look to the commission to let me know what the information is that would be helpful, and we can determine if and how we're able to provide that information.
Okay. Let me come back to you and get to the two hands online. So we have Commissioner Markson and then McCarthy.
Thank you. I appreciate the priority question, or like getting the priorities better understood. And if you're going to bring back survey results or send us the survey results, I assume do you mean like all of, because I know you have general statistics, but you mean all of them, not just the teen one?
I can send the results of both surveys, yes.
Oh, okay, awesome. And then I think the only other thing that, I don't know, I guess it is kind of a gap for me, is that, this is the second time we've had this idea that we want to put something in the plan so we can do it if we want, but we don't know if we're going to do it. And I have a hard time deciding how to use that information, because anyway, I don't know if maybe the priorities will help, but I think, I guess it would help to have the priorities, because we don't want to assume that something's not going to happen and then it's in the plan and then it does happen. I guess that's kind of the thing I don't want to accidentally walk away thinking. So anyway, that's it. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, Commissioner Struck. Oh, sorry, Commissioner McCarthy.
Thank you. So I think that was a great question that you posed, Councilor Member Reynolds. So going back to how long I have been doing things with Parks and Rec. And so before the commission was even created, I was going to the monthly meetings that they would hold to give their an update on what's happening. And both Groveland and Clark Beach were targeted over 10 years ago as having failing infrastructure, specifically the docks that needed to be replaced, or else we were going to lose those amenities. Because once they're gone, it would be really hard to get them approved again because the permitting processes, et cetera, are so different now. So I think if we're looking at this as the city council, it would probably be a good idea to look at fixing the docks and the beach lines first to make sure that we save these amenities for future residents in our community to be able to enjoy them, and then work our way up the hills, basically, in priority of what we should be doing to make improvements to the park. And in terms of the plan, it is an overarching long-term plan, and so it is hard to wrap our head around that. But if you don't start the plan, then you'll never be able to start actually doing the improvement. So while we're at the beginning and it feels like there's big question marks, we're making great progress towards, a park that is going to continue to bring so much enjoyment to our community for a really long time. Thanks.
Yeah. Commissioner Struck?
Yes, what would be helpful for me for the next meeting? I have a very great picture in my mind of a sand volleyball court. This kind of teen area is a little bit amorphous. So if you can provide any, like you did a little bit, about some flexibility, et cetera, but any more kind of meat on the bone about what that would look like, it would help in my decision making. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, do we have any more comments on question 1, or are we moving to the next, or to 3 now?
Do you have another comment?
Yeah, Commissioner Bettman?
Just to answer my own question that I posed earlier about more information that would be helpful, I don't know if it is possible to do a survey for parents. I know this was focused on teens, but or maybe not for parents, but for the broader community. I don't even know if that's on the volleyball court.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I missed that. That was
Yeah, it was,
that was the
32%. Yeah, 32%.
27
remove 25.
versus 25
Yeah.
favored removing it.
Yeah.
That was the broader community. So
What are those numbers again, Roy?
it's on page 3 of the handout. It says 32% of the respondents had no preference regarding the volleyball court. 27% favored removing it versus 25 keeping it. And then there was an additional survey done of just the teams. And I would simply point out, a survey is a survey. It's designed to give you information. It's not a vote.
And as a reminder, the information that Commissioner Westberg was just citing is included in the engagement summary that was attached as Exhibit 2 with your packet.
Okay.
So it sounds like, moving on to questions 3 and 4, and then we still have an entire second park to talk about. So I think, this might come back a little bit to the priorities conversation that we've been having and needing some more clarification about how the different elements meet priorities as set forth by the council. But one of the goals of developing or renovating our waterfront parks, so Luther Burbank Park, Groveland Beach Park, and Clark Beach Park, is to provide equitable access to amenities across all of the waterfronts. So not necessarily that each park needs to have every single amenity, but are we providing a range of access across all of those three waterfronts? So that's what this third question, does the preferred plan support the goal of providing equitable access to amenities across all waterfront parks, tries to get at, thinking about just the idea that we don't have to provide all things at all parks necessarily. So any feedback on this
Commissioner
one?
Cohen?
I'm not sure I can answer it in the context of all the parks, but as far as this one, it's an easy answer for me. Yes and no. Because it doesn't. Right? You can't get there with a mobility device. You can't get down to the water.
Correct. We can't provide an accessible pathway down to the water, but I guess this question is, you're right. Access. This question relates to access in a broader term than just mobility access. But thank you for pointing that out.
Well, I mean, I think it may be doing what can realistically be done, given finances, given topography, et cetera. But does it support the goal? Yes. Does it accomplish the goal? Partially.
Okay.
So I'm not sure what if the council or whoever it is wants a yes or no answer to that one. I don't think they're going to get it unless there's a funding source of 8 to 10 million plus the additional amounts that are going to be for the other parts of it that aren't included in those estimates. So.
Thank you.
Other thoughts on this one? I can't see if Commissioner Markson has her hand up or not.
I am seeing
Okay.
no hands.
Yeah. Right.
Okay, then just the final question, and we'll move on to Clark. From your perspective, does the preferred plan establish a clear vision for infrastructure improvements at Groveland?
Affirmative. Yeah.
Okay. Seeing a couple head nods, and Commissioner Bretman?
I'm sorry if I'm giving these comments late. I was sort of not sure where to make them, but do you want to answer that question first? I just have a little bit more feedback, but I wasn't sure when to give it.
Let's kind of do it, I'm seeing some head nods for question 4 here. Do you feel like you have direction on that question?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I can't see online. But
Other than the volleyball court.
yeah, definitely seems to be a clear vision and lots of options, and beyond those 3 priorities that the council identified. So kind of like we talked about, a matter of phasing and what we actually do, and budget all considered. So yeah,
great.
Okay, so that is giving some direction for these 4 questions to you, right?
Yeah, that's great.
Any other questions that you have for the commission for next steps on your end?
No, not specific questions at this time.
I had a comment.
Okay, and then so we've wrapped up that portion, and then are you seeing a hand online, Raven? Okay, so Commissioner Markson, and then to general comments. Is
okay, thank you.
Markson a general comment or related to these 4 questions from staff?
I just wanted to make sure, I assume we'll have these same questions for Clark.
Correct.
Okay, so when you say equitable access, do you mean accessible or equitable? I just want to make sure I know that I understand your question.
So in this question, and I appreciate you both pointing out that it's not particularly clear. So in this question, we're looking just beyond accessibility. So not just, accessibility in terms of mobility accessibility or other forms of accessibility, but just access on a universal access element. So are we providing enough opportunities for people with a range of needs and abilities, whether it's, sensory issues, social issues, all sorts of different elements, universal access? Are we providing opportunities across our waterfront parks to get people down to the water, to get people opportunities for boating, to get people opportunities for quiet contemplation, to get play opportunities. So it's a broader access question, and I apologize that it was not clear.
Okay, all right. That does, I mean, those are different questions. So I appreciate the clarity. Thanks.
Okay. Commissioner Bretman?
Thank you. So one thing when I look at this, that worries me is the floating dock and the depth of the water where the floating dock is. Do you know what the depth of that water is? Having had a friend who stupidly dove into a shallow area, and hurt him, almost died. I'm concerned about that and teenagers using that as their hangout area, depending on the depth, because right now the depth where the normal dock is great for jumping in, but it gets shallow there pretty quickly. So that's a concern I have for safety for the teens.
Okay.
Another thing is, I think it would be really helpful to know budget constraints in order to make the decision around the volleyball and sort of how that impacts budget. It's hard. I find the process a little confusing and a little difficult to make these we can create these grand plans, but then if we can't fund them, then it's just we're going to need to look at them all again. So I feel like knowing sort of what the budget constraints are and what the impacts of doing, leaving the volleyball court there versus sending it to Luther Burbank, those things seem like they would be helpful in making a decision and could be a deciding factor, for example, could be additional information. Another thing is I just did want to comment. I saw earlier comment about the photos for the hangout look. If we did go towards a hangout look, some of those photos looked, I would prefer a pretty natural aesthetic there if we were to do something like that. So I just wanted to make sure I registered that remark if we move that direction. And then I'm sorry, I'm not a fan of the concrete steps. First, they're painful as an entry point into water. They can frequently be painful, right? Because they get little pebbles on them and you step on the little pebbles and then it really hurts versus if the pebbles are in the grass and you're walking through grass to get to water. And then the second thing is that the team said that the concrete wall is currently uncomfortable as a sitting location. And so if we're saying, hey, we're going to put in these concrete steps for seating, I'm not sure if that's completely what the community would want us to do. However, I also hear you that that you've got these maintenance concerns and then you've got the slope concerns. And so I just wanted to register that I'm not a fan of those. If there is another alternative to create a grassy entrance, that would be my preference. But if it's not an alternative, then I understand those constraints.
Great. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Cohen?
If it matters, on the volleyball court, I am leaning toward leaving it rather than getting rid of it and spending the money to have equipment that's probably not going to be something that I think is appropriate for the area aesthetically, because I had that reaction to it too. So if that matters, I'm leaning toward that, but I'll be glad to see what we come up with for May.
Okay.
That would give you a 4-3 vote.
Any other general comments? Is this the end of the Groveland presentation?
Yes,
Okay.
it is.
Any other general comments, thoughts? Okay. Well, thank you for
Thank you all.
of the information. We look forward to seeing the next iteration and more data. Thank you.
Great.
Would we want to take a 5-minute break before the next park? Okay.
Sounds great.
All right, let's do it. Okay, we are back for the second part of the infrastructure park discussion. So we welcome Sarah Blubis.
All right, I will share my screen again. Okay, so on to Clark Beach Park. I'm hopeful this one will go a little bit more quickly because we don't have as much additional community engagement to talk through. But similarly to what we just conducted for Groveland, I'm going to provide an overview of the results of the community survey on the design concept alternatives that was administered to the community last fall. And then we'll run through the preferred plan, both at a high level and look at a few specific elements and details. And then we'll close out with same questions, except sans the question about the sand volleyball court, because we don't have that at Clark Beach. So jumping into the community input received during the survey last fall. So we asked questions about ADA accessibility priorities. We just talked a little bit about accessibility, providing an accessible path at Groveland and the limitations there. Early on in the pre-design process, through the technical assessments and evaluation of the site at Clark, our project team determined that it is likely possible to provide an accessible path down to the water from the parking lot at Clark. So this is an opportunity area that we have been exploring through the community engagement and the design process. So when we asked about an overall accessible path to the waterfront, of the survey respondents, 62% said that it was very important or somewhat important to them, so generally categorized as important. And then when talking about connecting waterfront amenities with accessible routes, 64%, so slightly higher, said it was very or somewhat important. So again, generally important to provide access both from the parking lot to the water and then between amenities at the beach as a whole. Moving on to waterfront amenities. So we asked questions kind of broken up into two locations on the waterfront at Clark. The North Waterfront is the area that is currently located next to the enclosed swim area. So for that, 50% of the community respondents preferred a terrace seating and a large natural beach at the north end. So that is the concept, or that's the design that was shown in concept 1, which is depicted here on the screen. And again, although I should say, as a reminder, all of the concepts that we presented for Clark Beach noted removing the enclosed swimming area. So we did ask a question about swimming amenities, or we asked generally about this, and many respondents requested keeping swimming access in some way at Clark Beach, and that also came up in October when we were here talking with the commission. So you should see that noted in the preferred plan as well. For the central waterfront, so that's the area in between the existing pier and the enclosed swim area. About 44% of the respondents preferred a combination of large flat grass area, tiered concrete seating, and natural waterfront. So that was generally the concept or the design shown in concept 2, which is also up here on your screen. For additional waterfront amenities, we asked about a small watercraft launch point. 65% of the respondents said that providing a small watercraft launch point was important. And then for the restroom facility, again, although all concepts were shown removing the enclosed swim area, 61% of respondents said that providing a rinse-off station at the restroom was very or somewhat important. So both of these indicating that, small watercraft opportunities at Clark Beach are relatively strong. A rinse-off station at the restroom facility could certainly serve individuals who are coming in from the water or launching from the park. So looking ahead at pier configuration, both concepts 1 and concept 3 that were presented showed 2 piers. So concept 1, the top image on your screen showed replacing the piers with a larger central pier and a small fishing or viewing platform. And then concept 3 proposed repairing the existing piers in place. So that would be the large main pier in the central area and then the smaller fishing pier south of that. Overall, 68% preferred concepts with 2 piers. So that was either replaced concept 1 or repaired in place concept 3. I will note, and when we send you the survey results after this meeting, you'll see it as well. These were pretty evenly split between the number of responses for either concept 1 or concept 3, but overall indicating that 2 piers were preferred over 1 single expanded pier, which was shown in concept 2.
Oh, quick question.
Yeah.
Just so regarding concept 1 and 3 on that previous slide, I assume that concept 3, where we're just repairing existing, that would be significantly cheaper or less expensive than concept 1 of replacing.
Well, you'll note in the preferred plan that we are proposing repairing the existing. Based on our experience with Luther Burbank, there is a cost difference because we are repairing one of the piers and then replacing the other dock structures with new docks. So there is a cost difference for sure. It depends on what the method of repair would be, but I would assume overall it would be potentially less expensive to just repair the existing piers in their existing place.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, then looking at the upland, in addition to the ADA accessible path that's shown starting in the upland area, we also asked about preferences for picnicking. There is an existing picnic area in the upland area, Clark Beach Park. Overall, so this was another question where we invited community members to select all that apply. You can see the actual survey results on this slide, but overall, for the community, they preferred individual or small group experiences. So that's something like a small picnic area with individual picnic tables. That's the image on the bottom on your screen, as opposed to like a large group picnic area, as well as items like benches, which often facilitate smaller group or individual experiences. And then here are the community priorities. So similarly, as we did for Groveland, we asked, how you would prioritize improvements with limited resources. Like at Groveland, the community would like to prioritize dock and pier enhancements and restroom upgrades here at Clark Beach. Next, they would like to add accessible paths to the beach and beach amenities, then gathering spaces and seating amenities, and new play opportunities was the lowest rank overall. So I guess that was pretty quick. Before we go into the preferred plan itself, are there any other questions about results of the survey for Clark Beach?
Commissioner Struck?
Yeah, thank you. I'm just looking at this graphic and then thinking back to the council's priorities. It seems like they match up pretty well. Dock pier enhancements, kind of that's that overwater infrastructure, accessible paths, which we talked about that. So I think we're in pretty good alignment.
Great.
Thank you.
So my question was similar. When council gave their priorities, that was for both of these as a whole, not each.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah, so
thank you.
overall.
Thanks.
Okay. Okay, so jumping into the preferred plan for Clark Beach. Again, starting up here in the parking lot area, we are showing, so off of East Mercer Way, some improved pedestrian connections. We do know, because Clark has a lot of trails that come off of it into the adjacent neighborhoods. We do get a lot of walkers to Clark Beach Park, so improved pedestrian connections would help with park visitation. Because, we are proposing, or this plan proposes a fully accessible ADA route from the parking lot to the water. That would include improving and expanding the existing ADA parking at the site. So running down the new ADA path, we have opportunities for seating. I think very similar to what Commissioner Streck proposed for the path at Groveland. So certainly a good idea to look into that there. This path would connect to the upland picnic area and then also continue down to the waterfront, providing accessible connections all the way to the water. So that would be out here to the viewpoint, the former enclosed swim area space, as well as to the beach, to the restroom, and then to the large pier. Important to note that we likely would not be able to get full ADA access over to the existing fishing pier. I think that's based on the trail conditions and the topography over to the pier, but for the majority of amenities in the upland area of the park, as well as down at the waterfront, could potentially be fully ADA accessible. Going back up here to the North Beach area. So again, all concepts showed removing the sheet pile wall that creates the enclosed swim area. Based on the survey feedback, as well as our conversation with the commission back in October, we have added a rope delineated swim area back in this area. So that would provide, continue to provide more sort of informal swimming access. This beach area includes the terrace seating that was preferenced in the survey results.
Sarah, quick question.
Sarah, quick question on your comment on ADA access to the existing fishing pier. What would it take to provide that access? I know that path currently is not paved off of the main park path, and I know there's a somewhat steep section of the main path just before the turnoff. But it seems to me it wouldn't be that difficult to regrade the main park path and then provide an accessible surface to the trail leading down to the fishing pier.
Yeah, I would have to go back to the project team to be reminded of kind of the slopes in this area.
Yeah,
you're right, there is some steepness, but yeah, we can definitely look into whether or not an accessible path can be extended over
because
to
it
the
seems
fishing
like
pier.
we should err on the side since a big investment in this plan is going to be to create an accessible trail down to the waterfront, that we should err on the side of providing accessibility to all the waterfront features.
Yeah, that's great. We can definitely look into that. Yeah, so moving south, we're showing kind of increased plantings along the shoreline, a smaller restroom facility with the rinse-off station. In the central picnic area, we're showing the large grass area. We have the concrete steps again. Notably, there are concrete steps here at the park already along the shoreline. Those are proposed for removal, so this would kind of emulate that seating opportunity and transition down into the beach and into the water. And as we already mentioned, restoring the existing piers in place rather than replacing them with new piers. A few more details. Similarly to Groveland, we'd be removing the walled groin structure attached to the bulkhead in addition to the sheet pile walls that create the enclosed swim area. Some beach treatments are showing natural beach features, so that could include logs and boulders, maybe some additional plantings. We would likely do here at Clark more of a pebble gravel mix, just knowing that uses at Clark would likely be less active with water access than Groveland, although we are showing the the informal swim area too. So there's potential for creating a little bit of a sand transition with the fish mix in the swim area. Maintaining and improving more picnic pockets down here on the water. There's a lot of picnicking opportunities at Clark already, so we would maintain that. And a lot of opportunity for shoreline enhancement with plantings and shoreline stabilization in between the two existing piers.
I have a quick question about that. Why do we have the fish mix at Groveland but not here? Or sounds like possibly a blend of it in the swimming area?
Do you have more to your question? Sorry, I don't want to cut you off.
Yeah, no, just why the fish mix at Groveland? And
so we
not
would
here?
also do fish mix here. This would primarily, so, you know, the beach mix here would primarily be a pebble gravel fish mix. Same area, kind of this in-between area, kind of interim area in between the north and central gathering areas of the park would likely be a mix of vegetation and potential gravel beach kind of thing. Probably some rockery for stabilization as well. And then in the North Beach area, likely to a mix of gravel and potential for a small amount of sand. I recall that I believe when we were discussing the opportunity for bringing back a delineated swim area to Clark Beach, conversation about whether or not the natural beach features could facilitate swimmings. You know, if there's logs and rocks in the way, is that going to make it prohibitive for accessing the water? So I don't think this graphic shows it very well, but effectively the way this would likely be designed is that there would be a clear pathway into the water. We have some images from the design team that I'm happy to share if that's of interest to you all later, but it would look more as kind of a clear path into the water as opposed to kind of a smattering of logs and boulders like it kind of looks now. But overall, similar issues that we would have at Groveland, we would likely have to install a fair amount of habitat gravel as part of this renovation due to permitting requirements.
Great, thanks.
So, Sarah, the question I have is why did you pick that area, the one where you're planning to put in natural beach features, logs, et cetera, as a designated swimming area, as opposed to the other beach?
As opposed to this beach? That is a great question, Commissioner Westberg. I think the idea was keeping space open around the existing pier in case we wanted to create opportunities for launching and landing hand-powered watercraft. I think currently we do a swim line around the concrete steps. And so, you know, presumably someone could come on the other side, the south side of the pier and tie up if we created that opportunity. So, you know, that is potentially something we could look into. The water depths currently, so we haven't fully studied this. We don't fully know what the impacts of removing the sheet pile wall will do and how the lake bottom will settle, but kind of preliminary calculations from our coastal engineering team and our design team is that the lake depth in this area would be probably a max of 8 to 10 feet. So it would be relatively deep. One thing that we could do, we've done this again around the concrete stair swim area in the past, is you could set up 2 swim lines. So one, you know, nearer shore that denotes the shallower depths, but that's certainly something we can.
Because my thought is people will go down there and they'll go off that beach almost invariably.
Commissioner Markson?
Thank you. I had a similar question to Commissioner Westberg about like the thinking behind the two, like the purposes of the 2 beach areas. So that was helpful discussion. I really like those little wood on sand features. I think actually I know they don't allow for sitting on the sand, like on a blanket quite as much, but I think they would be fun to play on the logs and the rocks that you'd be putting there. So, but what is the dock going to be the same height as it currently is?
We haven't fully studied what a repair would look like for this. My understanding is that we wouldn't be changing pile heights or anything like that. We'd really be looking at changing the decking. So again, like at Groveland, the decking for both of these pier features would probably be changed to the graded decking since they're in the near shore habitat. But repairs to piles would look more like jacketing piles that are in disrepair, not necessary, potentially capping tops and adding new pile tops on top. So not necessarily changing the overall height or anything like that of the existing piers.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, a common, as you probably know, kids jump off, and adults have jumped off that pier many, many times. And anyway, so it's, I guess the height is good, but it's not really accessible by a boat. So that's the one thing I'm thinking about. Seems like it's going to be, like Commissioner Westberg, I imagine people will swim there. I think it'd be nice for people to still be able to jump off the dock. Maybe they're not supposed to, but they do. But if it's that height, I don't know how they would get boats. Like, seems not logical to plan for a boat landing there. It's too high.
Commissioner Cohen?
An observation about the right-hand beach area, and I think I sent this in an email a couple of months ago. There's a die-off of stickleback fish every year, and I don't know if that also affects the beach area over to the left. And I can't remember, Ryan, I remember I mentioned that to you, and you got somebody who could identify the fish, but it's extensive for a several week period. So I don't know what relevance that has to anything, but I thought I'd at least mention it because they were, with the wave action, there were these little dead fish and pieces of fish just all over the place.
Good to know. Okay. Keep us moving. So just getting a little more into the details. So again, here's that North Beach area showing the swim line. The part of the intention, with the natural beach area, the natural features is to preserve that quiet natural character of the beach, which I think we heard more about in the survey specifically for Clark, references to maintaining the natural character. This would provide a safe and informal swim access, increase swim opportunities. So these terrace seating areas, these would be kind of two new seating walls. They are being shown as kind of a fun sculptural art element as fish seating, which is unique. So it would provide increased seating opportunities on this end of the beach. And then again, this would be ADA accessible. This little platform right here, the ADA access point would be right through there. So another opportunity for accessing the beach. In the central beach area, so adjacent to the central pier, again, showing a combination of grass and seating, somewhat similar to what is out there now, just replacing with a little bit of a different format. And again, kind of a transition zero entry beach into the water. We have an ADA access point right here with this ramp. And then, yes, this would be likely be a gravel beach mix as opposed to more of a sandy and gravel mix. Okay, and then just looking at other elements overall. So again, restoring the existing piers in place, and that includes improving the trail to the small fishing pier. We can certainly look into what it might take to provide ADA access to that pier. We are providing or showing the ADA access from the parking lot to the upland picnic area and to most of the waterfront amenities. The most qualifier there is that we currently aren't showing access to the fishing pier. Again, improving the existing picnic area in the upland portion of the park, restoring the bulkhead and enhancing shoreline. So that's really this area in between the two piers. This would be a prime opportunity for a lot of shoreline stabilization and future prevention of waterfront erosion. And then, like I mentioned, improving those pedestrian connections to East Mercer Way. So for Clark, the planning
Sarah?
level, oh, go ahead.
What are those improved pedestrian connections on East Mercer Way? Is it a crosswalk that's going in or what's happening there?
So they would be the connections that are already in the park. So there are some informal trails, 2 informal trails that come off of East Mercer Way into the park.
Oh,
So
got
it
it,
would be
right.
improving those
Okay,
trails.
thank
Yeah.
you. Thanks.
Great. So the planning level cost estimate for construction at this stage is $5 to $7 million. So like with Groveland, this doesn't include soft costs, including design, project management, permitting. It also doesn't currently include an allowance for utilities and stormwater, which this project, like with Groveland, would likely have a lot of. So we will refine that for the next presentation in June. I think like with Groveland, we will come back with more of a prioritization kind of call out for the different features of the park elements to help you all kind of continue evaluating. But this is the high level cost that we're looking at overall for the preferred plan for Clark.
Question?
Yeah.
So when I think of Clark Beach today, or even maybe a few years ago when it was in a little bit better condition, I thought, well, that's kind of a premier swimming area. And I look at the plan now and it's kind of like we're de-emphasizing swimming a bit, which maybe is okay, but I'm just trying. So if I'm walking down there now, so I've got the Central Beach, which is gravel, which I don't know how walkable or how I'm thinking of the kids from Clark or Groveland saying, we don't like the gravel kind of thing. We want sand. And then on the north side, you have all the features, which are cool. So I'm just trying to think, where do you think your sense is where people will use it if they just want to go swimming? Or is it a 50-50? I just think that people are going to be some people, let's call it that way, are going to be surprised and say, well, wait a minute, we thought this was a swimming area and it's maybe not that much anymore.
Right. I think we are proposing removing the enclosed swim area, which provides really the best option for shallow swimming.
Mhm.
So I anticipate that kind of more of the shallow depths will not be accessible at Clark anymore, just based on the top or the bathymetry of the lake bottom. Like it drops off pretty significantly. That was why the sheet pile wall was installed in the first place. But I'm like was already mentioned, I think a lot of people would still jump off the piers and swim around this area. The piers, I think, currently have, or this pier at least has a ladder. I can't remember about the fishing pier. We would retain the ladder so people could jump in and climb out. But it would be a change from what is there currently. I think through this process, both with the community engagement and talking with the Parks and Recreation Commission, I've heard a lot more about how heavily used Clark is as a swimming area. I think, observationally on our end, we've really seen swimming more focused at Groveland and Luther. So I think there's still opportunity for adjusting that. In terms of like where we denote the swim line and everything like that here at Clark. But I still anticipate that Clark would become, of the 3 waterfront parks, Clark would not be number 1 for swimming any longer.
So I guess the question that comes to my mind then is, so we're basically having potentially migrating more usage to Groveland and to Luther then potentially. I was thinking like you were saying about the shallow water. So a young family with kids, under 6, they're not going to be probably jumping off a pier. So they more likely would now go to one of those other beaches.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
So a follow-up question to that. Could this be made with sandy beaches?
We could do a mix. I don't think we would be able to get the same amount of sandy beach that is currently at Clark. So the bulk of the sandy beach at Clark is located within the enclosed swim area, and we're able to create that sandy beach at Clark because of the sheet pile wall. It really is keep holding the sand in. So that's partially it. We would remove the infrastructure that kind of maintains the sandy beach, but then the other issue is the permitting side. So Clark is I would say is a better candidate in terms of permitting and grant funding for more naturalized fish-centric fish habitat renovation and revitalization based on its location in the Cedar River watershed and the migratory patterns of salmon. So we could continue to evaluate, how we could do a sandy mix, but the likelihood of having a level of sand beach that we have at Clark Beach currently is likely not possible within the kind of constraints that we'll be working in going forward with renovations.
Okay, Commissioner Markson.
Thank you. I was just going to maybe add on to that conversation that, when we first started going to Clark Beach, my kids were small and we did use that little enclosed area. But in recent years, as it kind of became unusable, almost more like a dog swimming area over there. And even the main area by the dock, it's not the most inviting swimming area because you got to jump off that ledge. And so I don't think that it's been seen as a very super inviting swimming area there are people that swim, but it's usually adults or people floating in inner tubes, not like hanging out on the beach. So I guess I suspect that it won't be a big shock, like a reduction, I guess is what I'm saying. There won't be a big shift of people going from one area to another area because you have to really want to swim. You're not just going to wander into the water there at Clark Beach currently. The other piece I wanted to mention that I thought was kind of interesting, since you mentioned that we're in the Cedar River watershed and this is part of the salmon pathway. You shared that critical areas report that your contractor did. And I noticed that, there probably was historically 3 creeks that ran through this, at least 2, maybe 3 creeks that ran through this site before there was a park. And they're now in that pipe that is on the north side or I guess it's the west side of the property. So anyway, maybe in some future rendition, you could put a creek that kids could watch actual salmon come up in. That's not in this plan. Thank you.
Somewhat on the same lines as that, similarly, there is a stormwater outfall kind of up in this area. One opportunity, it wouldn't necessarily fully encourage salmon migration, but one opportunity for kind of more natural infrastructure at the park is we could potentially in the future daylight that stormwater.
Yeah.
Something that
would be awesome.
Our parks team. So I appreciate you bringing that up.
If you hit the time right, there are some big salmon, or maybe they're sea run cutthroat that hang around that fishing pier and on either side of it. Because 4 or 5 years ago, my grandsons and I tried many times to try to catch those, but they're big fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I would applaud the idea of trying to open up the culvert if that is something that's possible.
Yeah.
Great.
I have a question.
Oh, yep.
Just will the existing asphalt path remain in place?
Yeah, so where we're showing the two paths, so there are two asphalt paths, the one on the north side and the south side. Both are proposed for being maintained in place. So they, depending on the condition, they could be refurbished or just maintained as is.
Okay, and then on the south end, but just south of the large pier, there's a trail that kind of goes up and shortcuts that bend in the big path. I assume that's gonna stay there too. There's some steps and partial pavement leading up into the woods, and then it connects with the trail where up near the
Yeah.
picnic.
We're not really showing. I would have to look and see if that
Okay.
is maintained. So I'll double check on that.
Commissioner Bretman?
Thank you. So I unlike Commissioner Markson, our kids did still use the swimming area, and it was really nice for young children because it was so shallow and because there weren't a bunch of teenagers around saying words we didn't want our young children to hear at the time because they were really little. So but I understand, I guess I don't know if there's a way to help maintain that. One thing that I'm concerned about is that because Groveland is not accessible and this beach is it worth trying to maintain a nice swimming area for younger kids based on the email that we got today from Eve Hampton, so that, someone like that could have access to come down here. I think she goes up to Luther Burbank to take her kids when she's able to go with them. So that's one question. And then, is there anything that can be done? And then I like the fish. I think that's really creative. And I'm wondering, is it possible to do, we did hear that folks really want to maintain the natural setting of this. So is it possible to use wood versus concrete? I couldn't tell what the materials were, but in as much as we're able to use wood, that really helps maintain that natural setting. And I do love the logs there at that little swim beach. I think the kids will have a lot of fun just jumping on those. And it could actually fulfill some of the requests for some playground area just by using natural logs and things. I think that could give kids something to play on. And then I think as you come back with, I guess I have a question. When you mentioned that it's 5 to 7 million, that is again a very large number in addition to the Groveland, in addition to Dragon Park. Those are getting to very, very high numbers, and I think that's concerning given where our city budget is. But I did have a question on that of the soft costs, like 25%. Does that include staff time? Does soft costs include staff time, or is staff time something as well in addition to that?
So staff time, so project management time, staff time is accounted for in that. Typically when we receive cost estimates that include, so overall cost estimates that include soft costs, oftentimes the project management number is not incorporated in that. They're looking at soft costs like just design fees, permitting costs, that kind of thing. So when we, ultimately, when we would build out the project budgets for implementing various phases of these plans, we would include the soft costs for all of that. So that would include, our expectation of permitting costs. We would, based on our experience with Luther, we would base, the anticipated permitting costs. Similarly, same thing with project management and other elements like that. But typically, the cost estimates that we receive from our consultant teams don't generally include those numbers.
So I think I got confused, so I felt like I was kind of hearing two different things. So typically they don't, but you're saying that you would include it?
So we would include it in our overall project budget. So typically, like the numbers that we put forward for the capital program, the true project budget that is included in the capital program, that would include all costs associated with implementing the project.
Okay, and that would fall under the soft costs,
Correct.
25%. Okay, thank you. And then I think, here as well, thinking about prioritization and cost would be a question for me of sort of not only what are the prioritizations, but also what are the costs related to those? Because those can impact prioritization. I would think, especially for city council, as they're looking at this.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Reynolds.
Apologies if I missed this, either in this or a prior meeting, but the council's been getting a lot of emails and phone calls from Friends of Luther Burbank and other people saying that the cruise services and rowing should be at Clark instead of Luther. I think we've talked about this before, and I think the staff impression was it won't work. Is my memory correct on that? And can you remind me why it wouldn't work here?
Yes, so thank you for bringing that up, Councilmember Reynolds. So we have been in conversations with the rowing team throughout this planning process, and in evaluating Clark, what our understanding is, the rowing team or a rowing program really requires space down on the water or closer to the water to house rowing shells and then to host a program. We don't have that kind of space here at Clark Beach. We explored, opportunity. Could you install like racks or some sort of mechanism on the restroom facility to store rowing shells? But it would only be a few boats. There certainly is room up in the parking lot at Clark Beach to house a boathouse, but then we have the issue of then carrying the boats all the way down to the water. My understanding as well is that in order to provide the actual access to the water that a rowing shell would need, we would need to reconfigure the docks here pretty substantially, based on the kind of previous conversations and input or requests that the rowing team had sent us related to Luther Burbank docks.
But I recognize they wouldn't want to carry cruise shells down from the parking lot because it's a long walk, but is the steepness and the angles of the path such that it could be done, or are they going to be taking out trees as they try to make the corners with these 60-foot long boats or whatever they are?
Again, not a rower, so not fully sure, but I think if they were to do that, the best path would likely be the north path because it is a straighter shot. But then, ideally, if there was a boating house sited in the parking lot, it would probably be back here. So that's still a long distance to walk the boats, but I think it is possible if there was interest or a desire from the rowing community to do that. And what we have heard based on our outreach with them is that they are not interested in Clark as a location for the rowing program.
And I take it you would say there's not enough space down below. It's just because the hillside goes up, and so you don't have flat land near the water.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, potentially, you could look at kind of over in this area in the North Beach area, but that would potentially require cutting back into the hillside fairly significantly. It would have additional tree impacts that we haven't evaluated, but still, I think the site overall is from what has been communicated to us from the rowing program. The site overall is just not a good site for hosting like the types of regatta events that they eventually would want to host because it's too small of a park.
Commissioner McCarthy.
Thank you. I wanted to say that when they came and spoke to us in the fall, they physically can't get their trucks with the trailers into the parking lot at Clark Beach because it's so long, and they can't get the boats down easily either from the parking lot. So it's not that they wouldn't be interested in having a spot, it's that they physically cannot get their boats and trailers into Clark Beach parking lot, let alone get it down to the water. I will point out that the Luther Burbank master plan does have rowing as a activity in it. So it is more appropriate in that area where it's flatter and they can carry the boats much easier to the water than trying to make them go down these steep paths with 60-foot boats.
For avoidance of doubt, I agree with you. I just wanted to be able to have some facts to help me.
Absolutely. That's why I was just reminding you of what they said when they came and spoke to us. Because originally I thought, oh, that's great. They can put them at Clark. But then when they came and said, no, we actually physically can't get our truck and trailer into the parking lot. If they can't even get the boats into the parking lot, then it's just a no-go.
Thanks for the reminder.
Thanks.
Okay. So wrapping up here, similar questions to what we had for Groveland, again, minus the sand volleyball. So I'm assuming I already know some of the response to this, but does the preferred plan for Clark Beach Park reflect the City Council's priorities and the community's preferences? Are there any gaps or adjustments needed? And already noting that, of course, we will come back with that kind of prioritization outline to help with the evaluation. But is there anything else, gaps or changes that you're seeing that need to be made between now and the June meeting?
Commissioner Westberg.
Just the question of accessibility to the fishing pier, as far as I'm concerned.
Commissioner Bretman.
I'm also not as much of a fan of these concrete steps here. Okay. And so I'm wondering if there's alternatives that are a little bit more natural, given the community's feedback that they want this to be more natural. On the other side, really, the other beach really is. And so I'm wondering about that. And if you do, I love to have a bench to sit on. I always go sit on those stairs that are already there, the bulkhead, and would love to see a couple benches because I don't find the picnic tables to be very comfortable for sitting. But I'm excited about the fish, the fish seats.
Okay. Okay, I can't see Commissioner Marks, and does she have any comments? Okay.
Seeing any hands. Okay, I'm going to skip to question 3. From your perspective, does the preferred plan establish a clear vision for infrastructure improvements? Seeing yeses, perfect.
Yep.
And then when we were in the break, we were discussing we should have saved this equitable access question overall for the end, since we are asking about across all waterfront parks. But similarly with Groveland, when you look at this preferred plan for Clark Beach, does it support the goal of providing equitable access to amenities across all waterfront parks? And again, that idea that we don't necessarily have to provide all things at all parks, but are we providing a variety of opportunities across all 3 of our waterfront parks to meet the needs of as many people as possible? Yeah, Commissioner Bretman.
I gave a comment already, but I'll just say this again, is that I am concerned about taking away the impact on the swim beach if this is our accessible park.
Thank you.
And it would be not, I know we talked about this a little bit with regard to the existing piers, but it would be nice to see more access for human-powered watercraft.
Okay. Great. Anything else?
Other comments on this one?
Not seeing any. Okay.
For me, I would say, I think as much as we can with the topography at Groveland, I would say you've done an excellent job of creating accessibility where it didn't exist before. So happy with what you've managed to put into the plan so far. Thank you.
Great. Okay. Well, thank you so much for all of your input. This is very helpful. Just a few final slides and then get you out of here. So again, here is that community input slide again, just a reminder that the preferred plans are available on Let's Talk. There's a range of ways to share feedback. Like I said, we've already gotten some comments directly to the Parks and Recreation Commission, also received email comments to me. So all of that will be shared with the commission, all of the feedback that we've received on the preferred plan when we come back in June. And speaking of next steps, so we're taking all of your wonderful feedback. We will refine the preferred plans. Obviously not noted on here, we will come back in May to talk more about the volleyball court at Groveland. We are also scheduled to go to the Arts Council at their April 15th meeting to discuss opportunities for public art integration. Outcomes of that conversation will also be shared with the commission either in May or in June, depending on the feedback we receive. And then our intention is to present the final infrastructure plan for review at your June 4th meeting. At that time, we will ask the commission to provide a recommendation to City Council to adopt the joint infrastructure plan for Clark and Groveland beaches. We also will come back similarly like you have just completed for the Dean's project. We would come back, I think, at the July meeting that may be rescheduled, I've heard, based on the 4th of July holiday, but we will come back to get the sign off on the handoff memo. So you will see me again in May to continue discussing this. And just one final reminder, overall project schedule, because we have been working on this project for quite some time. So we are in the home stretch. Our hope is to get through plan review and adoption. This is outdated because it is still saying adoption by Q2 of 2026. And that, of course, will not work with the timeline we just outlined. But our intention is to complete the planning process and have a fully adopted plan by the end of 2026. Again, all the project information is available on Let's Talk, and you can access that at mercerisland.gov/CGIP. Thank you so much, commissioners. I really appreciate all of your thoughtful input, all of your consideration, and we will be back with more information next month.
Great. Thank you, Sarah. Question?
I'm wondering if it might be possible. I know you've been working on this for so long, but I could imagine at that June meeting, we're going to have two pretty huge packets to look at and process within 5 or 6 days. I'm wondering if it would be possible for us at that meeting to talk about the plan and really understand both the plans in detail and then to vote at the next meeting potentially. Would that throw off your timeline too much? I have trouble processing information that quickly.
Yeah, I guess I'll look to Shelby and Kelly as the leaders on that one. From my perspective, I'm open to that if it will help facilitate the process for your review in terms of our timeline, but
it will also give the community potentially more time to look at the plan and give feedback, which could be helpful. I think it was a little bit difficult with Dragon Park, just having a few days from seeing all of that information to voting. It was difficult to know how to vote. So so it could just build an extra month. And though I know you were working so hard.
I'll just comment on that. I think at the point where we bring it back to the Parks Commission, this really was a very helpful and valuable meeting, getting your feedback. We would be bringing it back to confirm that we've incorporated that feedback. I think any more feedback would require us to go back and do additional work with our consultant team. We don't have the budget to do that. So that would be difficult. So this is why we need your feedback at this meeting so we can incorporate it. I agree with Sarah if she's open to it. I mean, I'm looking at both of you for schedules, if that's possible, to be able to review that information and digest it and then come back to make your recommendation. I think that's fine. I don't have any issue with that. I just want to be really clear about the importance of receiving tonight's feedback and being able to move forward.
I'll chime in on the commission schedule. I would not encourage us to go into July and August to have this conversation. We try not to. We do have the handoff memo, obviously, is slated for July, but it's sort of our practice not to make decisions during the summer when people aren't present. A lot of times, island residents aren't around. I'm not saying that we should move forward in any way with something that the board's not comfortable with, but as Kelly was saying, we would need to know what additional information you would need right now for us to be able to go out and get that. And we did add this additional touch point in May to review the survey results as well. So quite a few meetings on this topic.
Commissioner Markson?
Kind of related, but not exactly, is that I know that during the last two discussions on Groveland and Clark Beach, that I heard individual commissioners, and I also gave like individual feedback, and we didn't do the vote or thumbs up, thumbs down thing. And I'm curious if, like, how you're taking that information. I don't know. It feels like maybe we're not totally, you don't even know if one person says it, what do you do with that information?
That is a great question. I think what we're hearing, and this is my interpretation, is there is a lot of consensus. I have not heard anyone speak strongly on one element or another, but I've heard that we can address these issues. If there is something that you are adamantly opposed to, please tell us so that we can bring a plan back for your review that you're comfortable with. I think that's what we're looking for, is some strong opinions. I agree. I think going into it, assuming everyone's okay and then showing up and not everyone's okay is not a good position for staff. And it's not a good position for the commission either.
And I'm hearing that
yeah, I mean, are we missing though a step in our discussion? I think that's what I'm wondering, because we are, like, I definitely heard tonight people expressing opinions, but we don't conclude on a consensus opinion on any given it could be a small thing, could be a bigger thing. Or maybe that's a Ryan question. Are we missing a step? Yeah.
I think you're missing a step if you feel like you're missing a step. That's the worst answer I could possibly give, but I think that's truthful. If I was going to give a recommendation of how to approach the May meeting, it would be to come prepared with your feelings on certain aspects of the plan and make sure that those are communicated to staff. And then when you return at the June meeting, when that staff recommended plan comes before you, if there are elements that you as an individual commissioner are uncomfortable with or would like changes, that needs to be stated and needs to be voted on or amended at that point. So I don't believe we're missing a step. I think we've had really, really great discussion tonight. I think there was a lot of takeaways, but I know coming off of the last meeting and even what we've seen tonight, there may be individual commissioners who have their own opinions, and I think that's important that be brought forward when we bring forward a recommended plan. That if that differs, the commission needs to discuss that and make sure we get to a plan that's comfortable to be recommended to the city council.
And is it correct that you would want to hear that tonight so that you can incorporate it into the next plan that you show us? You want to hear that
colleagues over here
tonight rather than May? Is that
yeah.
okay? Okay.
Yeah, again, I think let me turn my video back on. As much, strong opinion as you can provide tonight, would be very helpful. I agree. We haven't necessarily heard anything that was particularly contentious at this point. But still requesting additional information. One thing that we were just talking about is thinking about the timeline. We will go back to the consultant team to see what's realistic based on their timeline. We've heard, more information about prioritization with the different elements. I'm not sure yet if that's information we'd be able to bring at the May meeting. I think if we were able to provide more information at that time, that could probably help the June meeting be more productive in some ways. So I think what I can say is this is not the final conversation about the Clark and Groveland infrastructure plan. Our team needs to go away and have a little bit more of an internal conversation about what the project timeline looks based on the feedback we've gotten tonight. And we're committed to sharing more about that ahead of the May meeting, definitely, to give you all more time to prepare and know what you're going into for those May and June conversations.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. I really do want to, I recognize that you're trying to lead us through a process and also not have us spinning our wheels, which is easy to do when you have a lot of different perspectives. And so I think I just want to make sure we're getting a consensus opinion as the commission that you can walk away with. And personally, I heard not even my own, I heard other people express things that were counter to each other. And I'm not sure what I would do if I were you with those inputs. So that's all maybe that's a commission thing we can talk about internally at some other time.
If I may suggest, if coming back for May, we were going to focus on the volleyball court. If we can take time between now and then and just maybe have those priorities up from City Council, that would be an opportunity to do a little thumbs up, thumbs down exercise on some of the other things that we've heard. For example, the concrete staircase and other elements. So we can get more of that feedback to, again, bring it back for you to feel comfortable with making sure we have addressed all of your concerns, and we've incorporated a consensus into that or infrastructure plan. Sorry, I'm getting it mixed up with Dean's now. Infrastructure plan, it would be confirming that, and then we'd come back again for the recommendation letter. Does that sound good? And I'm looking over at Sarah to make sure we'll verify with our consultant if we are able to bring that back in June. But I think at least May, we can make that a productive conversation and maybe get consensus on some of the other items that were discussed tonight and give you guys time to process everything. This was a very long conversation, and 2 parks is a lot. So we recognize that.
Commissioner Cohen, did you have a comment?
I'd like to speak to what Commissioner Bretman and Commissioner Markson said. We all need to listen to what they're saying, because what we're doing is, in my humble opinion, what we didn't do on Dean's. We didn't have enough time. We didn't have enough time to review materials beforehand. That was reflected in at least some of the public, despite the efforts of the city. When the question was raised, does the consultant have any views on whether we could accomplish some of the city's goals of inclusivity, but also make the experience more of a wooded one? We were told, as Kelly said, in this instance, we don't have the funding for that. The council would have to approve that. I mean, you know better than I do, all of you, these are generational decisions. And this one doesn't have a specific deadline. It's a deadline that you've set for, for good reason, I suppose, but it's not something that needs to be done at a particular time. And if some people are uncomfortable, so at 5 minutes to 5 today, I got the 13-page document that John Hamer talked about, the frequently asked questions about deans. And if we had taken the time to garner that kind of material during the dean's process, we wouldn't have had a 4.5-hour meeting last time, because it's a very good thing. I know that all that information wasn't available, but we have to continue, all of us, to try to figure out what are the most efficient ways of doing some of these things that are very complicated, but that are very, very important to a lot of people for a lot of different reasons. So I don't have an answer, but I guess I just don't have an answer.
Yes, Councilmember Reynolds.
I hope we're winding down, but kind of piling onto what Commissioner Cohen said, I think there were a lot of lessons learned in the dean's process from my viewpoint that we're trying to learn. But one of them that's most important to me is make sure I understand where we are in the process and what decisions are final now versus what can be final later. And I feel like I'm hearing some conflicting instructions, and that may be because I'm misunderstanding. But on the one hand, I'm hearing if you've got any strong feelings about any of this, you got to tell us now, because it's going to be too late after now. But at the same time, we're going out to the community and saying, oh, still make comments on Let's Talk, and you can still send emails up to the June 4th meeting. What if they raise something that we go, oh yeah, didn't think about that, and it makes us change our mind? What do we do in that scenario? Do we really have no opportunity to change after tonight? And if so, why are we still asking people to give feedback?
That's a great question. I think we have to step back a little bit. This is an infrastructure plan. We are really not into the fine design details. And a lot of that has to do with permitting and going through that design process. So I would say the feedback that would be definitely welcomed are what is presented in that site plan now. And again, going back to the city council objectives and direction that we had, we are focused on replacing aging infrastructure. That does have a timeline. I think that was a comment that was brought up earlier tonight. We lose these docks. It is very hard to replace them through a permitting process. So, again, what is the public comment on replacing the aging infrastructure? That would be really important. And then I'm sorry, I'm trying to, I don't know if you have the slide on the next city council priority. I know there was the accessibility on a higher level. Oh, and then the shoreline restoration. We really do want to narrow down on what that feedback is. So if there is comments on that, that's what we definitely want to hear. How that pencils out at the at the design and construction level, we don't have an answer to that right now, but we just want to make sure that that we're not only implementing what the community has provided feedback, but also the direction from city council. So I would say if we can work within that framework, that would be really helpful. I don't know if there's anything you want to add to that I might have missed.
No.
Okay.
Sorry.
Is that helpful?
Maybe. So let me repeat back part of this. I think what I'm hearing is you still want big picture comments.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Where, and do those need to be in by the May meeting, by the June meeting? When are they necessary?
Yeah, I would think it'd be helpful in May. The sooner we can get that feedback, I think the better. Is that reasonable for the commission to be able to provide that sort of feedback in May?
And my parallel question is, when is the deadline or opportunity for the little comments?
Yeah. Can you give me an example of a little comment? I feel like I'm answering a question, but I'm not sure really
Well,
what the.
as an example, maybe we come back and say, you know, we really think the volleyball court's a dumb idea. We want to do a spike ball thing instead. When do you have to know that? Not that I think that's where we should end up, but
Yeah.
bocce. I like bocce ball. How about that? Something teenagers, I'm sure, love to do.
I think again that goes back to what Kelly was saying about, you know, infrastructure plan, high level planning document versus future design efforts. So, you know, if the council or if the commission supports a designated space for teens to hang out and have activities on the beach at Groveland Beach Park, that is enough information for the infrastructure plan level. We've carved out the space. In a future design effort, when we get to the waterfront amenities, and you know, potentially that would be incorporated with the dock repairs because it's both waterfront infrastructure, then we would go down the specific process of, okay, well, back in 2026, when we talked to teens, we heard that they liked volleyball. They like the idea of a multi-use court. They like the idea of maybe hammocks and that sort of thing. What does that look like actually on the ground from a design perspective?
So that design process will happen later and there will be additional
Correct.
opportunity for the commission and the public to comment. You envision at some later point when that real design happens?
There would be opportunity for future feedback in the actual design process, similar to, you know, the design process that we did for the waterfront at Luther Burbank Park, similar to other design processes that we do for specific projects.
Okay, I feel like I have a better understanding now. Thank you.
Thank you for that information. That's helpful. And then just to reiterate, process-wise, each time that we've seen this, you have taken the feedback and refined it, and that's what we see next. So by this point, you would want to know if we're not, you know, if we want something substantially different than what we've seen. So not the little things like volleyball courts or, you know, an extra bench here or there, but anything substantial, you would need to know that so that you can pivot or whatnot, right? Because the engagement has already been done. The homes that live nearby have been sent letters. People have given feedback, surveys, kids have been surveyed. So that's been put into what we've seen. And the goal would be to continue refining based on that, rather than pivot and look at something else. Is that accurate?
Absolutely. That's absolutely it. And I'll bring up again the example from Commissioner Bretman is the concrete steps, right? That was an option that went out to the community, as well as you know, a grass terrace. Both were commented on. There was feedback. If you wanted to go one direction versus another, grass versus concrete, we would like to know that so we can incorporate it into the plan. And we'd like to get consensus from the whole commission on that. Yeah. So yeah, it's still working within the framework that we've discussed tonight. It's just, let's get a, you know, a confident answer from the commission where we get a majority agreeing. So when we come back and we're asking you to recommend the site plan, you feel comfortable with that. Like we've had that discussion. So, I'm hoping, is that something we can, I mean, we can go back and watch this video and make sure we have touched on those points where we didn't feel like we got a consensus. We've heard comments and we can, bring that back as a starting point. But, yeah, we do want to hear your feedback.
And you'll give us a list of those.
Yeah.
Before the May meeting, if you want some more input.
Yeah. I feel like I'm expanding the scope of the May meeting without looking over at my staff, and I'm starting to feel bad, but I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, we want to be able to support a conversation, right? And we want to support you guys all feeling confident in the direction that you give us. So, Yeah, we will go back, we will look at that list, and we will provide a suggested, like, let's talk about these specific items, for a conversation, if that sounds good. No one's gonna kick me under the table here. Well, okay.
I've been kicking you. No, and I'm looking at the May meeting. And what I want to take some time and retool the items that are on there. Currently, we have the Recreation Division annual report, pros plan update, and KCLS. Those three items are actually very easy to move. And so I might encourage us to do that and focus the May meeting on a robust conversation around the joint infrastructure plan and just have that be the focus of that meeting if the chair and the rest of the commission. I'm seeing some head nods, so that might be the best way for us to progress forward in a comfortable manner.
Okay. All right, any other comments? Okay, thank you very much for all of that information.
I meant no disrespect to the staff because you've done tremendous work on this stuff, and I've sent that and I've said that to you in writing too. It's just that, you know, there are always better ways to do things that can still get things done. So sorry if I spoke intemperately, but I'm trying to help the process, not hinder it.
We very much appreciate that, and we totally understand where you're coming from. I think there is a lot of lessons to learn from deans. In no way did we, you know, I think we can all agree that was a very long conversation. And, you know, I think we can make some improvement by having this meeting in May to make sure, again, we have very clear direction from all of you. No one wants a surprise. You all don't want to be surprised, and we don't want to be surprised. We all work as a team, and that's really important for the community that we do that. So thank you. I appreciate your comments.
Absolutely. Thanks. So the last item of business is absences and commissioner reports. Commissioners, do you have anything to report, including planned absences? Commissioner Bretman?
I was walking through Pioneer Park a few days ago and saw the incredible work that was being done there to preserve. I was down in the southeast quadrant, and saw all of the work that had been done to pull up the ivy. And it's making it so much more beautiful, and seeing the nature the native plants really being able to flourish. So I just wanted to thank you for all that amazing work. And I don't know if volunteers were involved in that as well, but thank you to our volunteers as well.
Councilmember Reynolds.
I don't normally make a report, but I'm just going to mention that we got a note this week about expiring board and commission terms. There are 2 Parks Commission spots that are maturing this time. I don't know who they are. I've lost track. But okay, well, if you're going to re-up, great. If you're not, just remember your most important job on the Parks Commission is to recruit a good replacement. Yeah, okay, so keep your eyes out for people you can recruit to take your place. There are also openings on the Arts Council, the Open Space Conservancy Trust, and the Utility Board. So even if you are term limited out at this one, there's 3 other places where you can go.
Okay. Any other reports? Okay. Any absences? Planned absences. Okay. Where are we at? Are we ready to adjourn?
Ready to adjourn.
Okay.
Say the magic word.
Okay. Oh, okay. I'm missing something.
Are you not ready for that, Ashley?
Was that? I don't know. I don't think what does that look like? Yeah. So the next Parks and Recreation Commission meeting is a regular meeting on May 7th, 2026 at 5 p.m. The time is now 9:27 and the meeting is adjourned. However, as a reminder to commissioners, please stay seated until the city staff has terminated the Zoom broadcast. Good evening and thank you for joining us.